nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now.
Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. We water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I'll back. I'll back. I'll back. 'Cause we're better together. Better as one. 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 Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we're water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I'll back. I'll back. I'll back. Cause we're better together. Better as one. 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 there for you whenever you need me. Whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same? Or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows
It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you. When you hide your feels from me, why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye?
Move to work and I'm out of here. Murder the tune, it's a body here. Reviving the beat and it's right back to sleeping. I use a technique that got me here. Whoa. Defeat ahead and you catch me as something you'll never do. I turn around.
What's the challenge? A little bit greater HP for Victor. The boosters up.
It's incredible. It's how it feels at the top.
Just separation could be the reason why they don't close out this game. Swaying on the top
I give it. Look in my eyes.
as lying X, looking to swing on through on the side of
I got a lot on the line. Fish with a different approach. Only spend time in a boat.
Close together and grouped up. A good nade might find all they're looking for. Leg C, leg X.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome back after an extended delay, an extended time off here of about a week's time. We are back here at the PUBGM Pro League Western Europe Fall 2022 season. I'm Jason Kaplan, and we still have Maxman and Kalaris next to me to break down everything that's been happening in the past couple of weeks, and of course, what's to come up here in the second half of our PMPL season. I'm just so choked up. I can't believe we're halfway through, guys. Ugh. What are you
You're so small too. You shrank since last time, it seems. Oh my god, so much happening on your side, but yeah. I know, ready for the
bag of
second half of
emotions
this
for
phase.
me.
Yeah, I feel you. You know what? I think it was also those eliminations we got in the 2v2 yesterday. You know what? We'll see if that comes up at some point. But
I wasn't going to bring it up until the video was done being edited in about 2 to 3 weeks' time. So thanks, Maxman, for putting me on the spot there. Kalaris, welcome back, man. I like the shirt. I like the necklace. Looking good.
Thanks. Jeez, Jason is having a hard time, isn't he? But don't worry, we'll be able to carry
I didn't
you
even
on
eat
through.
anything.
Oh?
I don't know what's in my throat. I didn't eat anything. I'm just so choked up, man.
There you go. I'm excited for this next half of Phase 2 to see how things are going to be revolving around, especially since we now have big top contenders finally rising to the top that we kind of expected to, and I want to see them continue that form.
Oh, speaking about top contenders, what about Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL? They're a top contender when it comes to the energy drink market and keeping us tip-top shape here for losing in 2v2s all day to Maxman and our happy, like I did yesterday, which was very unfortunate. However, I have learned, Maxman, you have told us your device to drink your monster out of has arrived.
it's not a device, but it's here. I've received it. Okay,
It's not
over
a
there.
device.
It's not a device. It doesn't require electricity this time, which I think is a clear improvement from last time's.
Well, just because it's a device doesn't mean it requires electricity. Or am I wrong, Kalaris?
I have absolutely no clue.
Exactly. All right, well, we have no clue either. I guess we'll find out towards the end of the show when we all wrapped up here at the end of the finals. But you guys, make sure to hit us up over on social media as well. Not just our own, but also, of course, for PUBG Mobile Esports as well. You guys can see all some great posts that have been going up there as well. If you haven't learned about PMGC and what's happening, how teams qualify and what teams are already pre-qualified, a lot of information over there for you guys to digest. But speaking about digesting, let's digest our overall stats here and get an idea of who is currently sitting in first place. Because, Loris, you talked about some old guards stepping up, some big teams teams finally stepping up. And look at that, Na'Vi, they're here.
Yep, absolutely. And considering the transition that they made from phase 1 to phase 2, it's big and it is important. This is a team that is not only gunning to win this, but they're gunning to win Europe down the line, basically, to try and get themselves to PMGC that you were mentioning before. All important. And right now, they're looking like a team that can do that. They're the team that has put most wins on the board here throughout phase 2, and I don't think we're going to see this slow down anytime soon.
Yeah, and also a very important update that we got. We know that for this this tournament, for this PMPL Western Europe, there's only 1 slot for PMGC, but the championships, you have 3 slots. So Na'Vi remaining up there, making it in top 8 in the finals to make it there. There's a very clear opportunity for them to make it in PMGC and qualify that way. Same for the likes of MADBULLS, also potentially PIONER. So there's a clear opportunity to make it in PMGC, but Na'Vi, they're on top now, and I don't really think they're going to move away anytime soon.
I mean, not just Na'Vi, who have been playing fantastic, but what about RUTHLESS in 3rd place? You got PIONER again in our top 8 without a chicken dinner. Like we have SHOCKWAVE as well making it into top 5. We have a couple of newcomers here and some maybe unexpected newcomers.
Yeah, I mean, RUTHLESS in particular, you bring them up. I think that the addition of Manu in particular, he has really shaped the team in a really good fashion in the second phase. So I hope he's not benched. I want to see him back on the main roster right now. I want to see him playing in the second part of this second phase. And if so, I think that RUTHLESS can retain some consistency, but it's always a little bit scary with RUTHLESS. You never know, are they going to stay on top or have a really bad performance and then just completely fall off the surface of the earth? That's the question. But Manu has build something strong for the team, so I hope they can keep it going. I
mean, they've even through the mid part of the first half of phase 2, that was a mouthful, but they got themselves so many second places, so many podium finishes, did RUTHLESS. So I'm hoping that we can see even some more of those convert into kind of first places down the line. And who knows? I mean, they could even be challenging for number 1 if they get those conversions into like a first places in some of those games, which is kind of crazy to think about considering you're challenging Na'Vi up at the top, but it's possible.
Did I just hear Clar's hint towards a CCT?
Nah, not yet.
Yeah. I didn't think I'd get you to say RUTHLESS or CCT. I didn't think that was possible. But we'll see. Maybe they could change our minds as we still have a few weeks left to go. And we're obviously at our halfway point of the entire event as well, halfway through our second phase. Let's maybe dive into our top 4 teams though a little bit more heavily here, because we have seen Na'Vi do a step up. We have talked about RUTHLESS a little bit as well. MADBULLS actually have kind of fallen off a little bit, even though it's currently sitting, I believe, in 4th place. They haven't really shown as strong as they were in the previous phase.
Yeah. I don't know if I would say the word fell off, because they still got first place in the first phase and they still can contest for first place in the second phase. So they're still there, they're still competing, fighting for that first position. But Na'Vi has definitely been the major step up. And we saw during that interview that we had, not last week, then the week before that, on the last day of show, Kitsune said that they definitely pointed out the big mistakes, the big issues that they had in that first phase, right? Especially it was down to their speed of rotation. Now they're definitely a lot quicker to enter the circle, they're in better positions so much sooner, and of course when you get better positions, you can frag out more, and they're currently the fragging leaders of this second phase. So yeah. I think we had some good iterations from Na'Vi, and now the question is, can they remain on this kind of level? And knowing Na'Vi and what they've done in the past, I think there's a high chance that's going to be the case.
I mean, and that's the thing, right? Like, rises and falls are not mutually exclusive of one another. They're all interconnected. And when you see MADBULLS have a slight dip here compared to phase 1, I think that comes because you've got teams like Na'Vi, Unicorns of Love, having the step up. And Na'Vi, when it comes to, you know, them playing in the same region as MADBULLS for such a long time, they kind of know each other's rotation paths. They probably even overlap in a lot of those rotation paths as well, which that seems MADBULLS or Na'Vi in some of those instances be wounded, and it makes it harder for them to kind of move on. It's just that Na'Vi has been getting the better end of the stick here when it comes to the games as a whole. So I think MADBULLS is still excellent, even though despite being 4th here right now, which is, but I think that overall, yeah, all very connected.
Well, when I say MADBULLS fall off, I mean, that's just a testament to how good they are. That they were that far ahead in 1st previously, and they've fallen off into 4th, which most teams would be lucky to have a fall off like that. But let's see if MADBULLS can maybe turn it around, because also every game does work towards the MVP, and at the end of the whole event, MVP will get an extra $1,000 for themselves. And let's actually check in currently with our race to the MVP and currently who is in our 1st place position, but maybe having some new contenders in the mix here. In effect, I feel like we're kind of like, yeah, that makes complete sense. But we have a couple of other names like Crypto, for instance, just from Unicorns of Love, who didn't perform that 1st phase, able to make that push in the 2nd phase alone.
Yeah, I think Crypto is definitely the outlier when it comes to this one. In the second phase, he has an incredible rise up to the occasion. And the thing is that IC has also been able to perform around him. Like, it is now clearly the fragging duo. It's IC and Crypto. It just took a little bit of time for them to get there. And I think Crypto, especially being his first time outside of his region, the first time not playing with IA in like, it feels like years now. He's been with that team for so long. It took a little bit of time to get there, but now, just like I said about Na'Vi earlier, I think this is the new normal we can now expect from Crypto. And if he can remain consistent like he's shown in the first part of this second phase, I think there's a clear opportunity for him to catch up to effect here.
That being said, though, I feel like I really like seeing MADBULLS still being at the top when it comes to the MVP race, because it feels like it's not even an MVP race almost for them. It is the entire team putting their weight behind Effect, all kind of meshing with one another very well to be able to push 2 of their players to number 1 and 2 right now here. So let's see if they can hold on to that as much as there are rising threats on the board.
Even though you have like Effect and Zerish doing actually really well, I want to add, you also got Monkey and Skills, though a lot of the time is supporting those 2 fragging, that 2 double fragging duo extremely well. So like, as you said, the entire team is putting their weight forward to assist it. So yeah, it's a very big team effort here.
We'll also look towards VIRTUS.PRO. Maybe not so much the team putting weight behind one of their players or 2 of their players. They're more putting it towards one player with Old Boy, who was able to pull off so many amazing clutches with the help of his favorite teammate, actually, a Wall. Let's actually take a look at a head-to-head here between him and Effect, though, and we can see how close they are, to be honest.
Yeah, relatively close this time around. Oh boy, a lot of these eliminations also coming out from this second phase in particular. The main issue that I have, right, when you look at the entirety of VIRTUS.PRO, I feel like Old Boy in a lot of situations has been solo at the end, has been able to res up the team as like sometimes a 2-man or a 3-man crew. I like to see a little bit more of a build up around him, but it is Old Boy, right? We saw what he was able to do with Na'Vi like 2 years ago in PMGC in Dubai, absolutely mental, and he's doing it once again. I just want to see more setup around him, and if that's the case, VIRTUS.PRO could find some consistency when it comes to their leaderboards ranking.
So you know what's weird to me, though, with Old Boy, and Claris, actually interested in your thoughts about this, is that he's been such a long-standing player within PUBG Mobile that typically when I see a player like that join other teams, doesn't matter if it's PUBG Mobile or other esports, you're typically not going to see them perform at their prime. They're more of like I have a plethora of knowledge to share within the team. I can help take the team to another level with my like in-game lead and such. But to see him perform just as well as he did, if not better, years ago, since the whole lobby skill level has raised, is pretty insane to me.
Yeah, kind of wild, isn't it? I mean, you look at that team as well. I mean, guys like Tulika really are standouts for me too. I think what he's done with VIRTUS.PRO as a whole has been a very, very strong roster rebuild almost. Of course, Phase 1 went better for them than Phase 2 has thus far, but Old Boy has definitely had these kind of crazy standout moments when it comes to, again, the Wall and how he's been able to use that. So they've got a 5th member on their roster and so far doing pretty well in regards to that. But I think there has been some moments where they've been caught off guard a little bit. You could even see it there by the likes of the big dogs up at the top, like MADBULLS, who've been able to kind of put nails in their coffin in some of these games, which obviously has not quite gone their way.
Yeah, and also when you're looking at the roster, right, you also have yourself as a coach's Compop, right, for VIRTUS.PRO. That is a player that has so much experience when it comes to BRs in general. So it's a team that can only, in my opinion, go up. And with the addition of, as you said already, Jason, the knowledge that Old Boy has and he's bringing for the team, they can only go up here from now on. So yeah, I think that they can definitely contest for that first place in the tournament.
And not to like continue to build Old Boy up, though I am really curious about this point in particular, is he could have just kind of coasted on Na'Vi. I mean, he brought Kitsune onto the team. He could have just, you know, sat as a player and he could have been like the coach for the team and helped mold this roster to be the best in the CIS region, which they basically already were. He decided to be like, no, I'm not done with my career yet. Steps down from Na'Vi, joins VIRTUS.PRO, and he's back to being a player. So I think that's really kind of a testament to maybe his mentality going into this, maybe making like one last big push. I'm not sure if he's going to retire after this year or whatever his plans might be in the future. But I think that kind of shows like he's not done showing what he can do, and I think that's a really cool factor for him.
I think it's a really good mark also of a really strong player when it comes to PUBG Mobile Esports, right? Because not even when you change completely your team, you're still able to perform on this level. We saw this doesn't happen very often. It's very rare. I think the few iterations of this happening we saw in the past. We saw it with Silas of S2G Esport and also with, I would say, Microboy with Evos, and when he did that transition away from BTR, struggled a little bit initially, but you can only count them on like the fingers of your hand, the amount of players that have made a transition as successful as what Old Boy has done. So it's been doing great so far, and I don't think they're going to slow down.
Well, to be fair, another player who has made a great transition is a man we were just talking about before, Crypto, coming over from PMPL Pakistan now to PMPL Western Europe with Unicorns of Love. He's made a massive step up here, and you know we always heard chat just going crazy every time he's on camera talking about Crypto, and we're starting to finally see here, at least in these last 3 days of play, how dominating of a player he can be.
So Max, what numbers are we comparing here? We're comparing what happened in Pakistan League play, correct?
Yes, exactly, versus all of the currently the points he's been able to accumulate in this league stage.
Yeah, so far, I mean, we're halfway through our phases, right? As a whole, I think what Crypto's been able to do has been impressive. I actually think that the numbers on the right side, which are our West Europe half of the phase times, I actually think these numbers are hampered a little bit because they didn't quite have the most amazing phase one. So to see these numbers come out with 1.5 phases worth, where one of those phases was a little bit hampered, I think is extremely respectable. I think eventually the Avril survival time is going to be bumped up a little bit, and we could even get more eliminations on the board here for Crypto throughout this tournament.
Yeah, and it's very scary, I would say, for Unicorns of Love, because this is a team that's so much knowledge and experience that's been brought in this new iteration of the roster, which I have the impression happens every season. But this is a roster I actually want to hope that they're going to keep for the remaining seasons, right? Because you have yourself also Gonzo, a lot of experience when he was in the CIS region. Rockis also has been in PMPL Arabia, has been back in Europe, so he also has that experience, right? This is a roster that's looking really solid, currently looking in second place, and I'm hoping they can remain up there. So yeah, I mean, they're looking clean, and I think there's a chance if they keep improving at this pace, they could contest for first place.
I think one thing we can't really overlook as well, and I was just trying to check on my other screen here, I would say the caliber of players in Western Europe this season is probably a little bit higher than PMPL Pakistan was last season. So for him to have numbers like this in a much more difficult lobby, I think shows he has a lot more to give when it comes to being a player as well, and he has a lot more room to grow.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and it's kind of a trial by fire, right? I mean, obviously, yes, Pakistan was a decent region in that regards, but you're right. I think the overall makeup of what we're seeing here in West Europe right now is a little bit of a step higher, and I think overall as well, what we're seeing from Unicorns of Love, especially in the very late game when they've survived as 4, I think they're doing a very good job of flexing out, and again, I said it, I think it was last week, it's kind of like almost a choking method, just choking players and teams out of the circle so that they can't even get into the circle. They hold them out, take them out, and survive to the very end. So it's strong play.
Okay, well, you know what? Let's see what kind of strong play he can show us today as we take a look at our schedule and, of course, our 5 matches that will be happening. Remember, in 2 days' time, we will be having on our 3rd or 6th day here of Phase 2 an extra match on Livik. But for today, we're going into double Erangel and double Miramar. We'll be transitioning to double Sanhoks for the next 2 days thereafter. So pretty much every team's most comfortable day of play. But gentlemen, it's time to take a look at our quiz. Our prediction game has been a little bit weak. Kalars has been destroying both of us. However, we've been slowly catching up a little bit. But here is our quiz today, where none of us will be able to catch up because I already looked at our answers, is about Reznov. Bangladeshi, born in France, living in the UK. True or false, yes or no? And all 3 of us' answers were all yes. Now, I chose yes. I took no originally, but I saw you 2 choosing yes. So I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to be that one to choose differently.
Okay. I went for yes because I know he lives in the UK, so I don't think they would like just put a little bit of truth and make the rest all fake, even though you think that could be the case, Kalaris. But I just went with yes because I know he lives there currently.
I went with yes because I follow him on Instagram and I know that he has GBR and France on his thing there. So
there you go.
We'll see.
But does he follow you back on Instagram?
Probably not.
All right. Well, let's take a look at the answer though and see if we were right in our yes choice. And there we go. I'm so glad I changed. I am though.
So glad you copied us, Jason.
I'm glad as well because I don't fall farther behind. Not you. I don't care about falling behind you, Kalars. It's falling behind Maxman I care about.
Good point. Good point.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Let's see. Yeah, see, I don't want to fall further behind. But I will say this though: if we were to rank each other on most handsome-looking man, Kalars would still kick our butts, Max.
Yeah, I mean that picture's not good. I was 10 kilos heavier then. I don't know why have we not changed that. Okay.
I like your little butt chin you got going on in that picture.
Hey, I don't know.
You know,
it's not there anymore. No, it's gone. Look at that. It's gone. It's
the crimson chin over here, Max fan. Well, I think it is time to head into our first match of the day. But before we hop into that, Erangel, I'm excited to see. I think for me, are Navi going to perform as well as they did the other 3 days? Because we've had a week off. There's a lot of time for teams to improve since then. There's a lot of time for teams to fall off since then. But I think for them to be my CCT Kalaris, they would need to hit the ground running today and still show that they can perform at that same level.
Yeah, nice opportunity to kind of have a little bit of a reset almost for some of the teams as well. And I mean, obviously, we've just come off the back of, you know, quite the hiatus in regards to the league as a whole. So yeah, we'll see if any changes are adapted here for the teams.
Okay, well, let's head over to our commentators, though, because the first match is ready to go with John Allen and Blinky Monroe.
Wait, hang on a minute. Have you replaced... Oh, no, it is Blank. Sorry, it is Blank. Okay, fair enough. We are going on into this first game, and we're going to be with Blank. We have confirmed that now. It is indeed not anybody else. No weird names there going on, Blank.
I mean, I do go by many names. Sometimes Blinky Monroe, sometimes the extraordinary predictor, sometimes Blank. Who knows? There's many different names that have attributed to my appearance on broadcast, but today it will be Blinky Monroe apparently, and that's okay, Jason. I will accept that. I'll take that one right on the chin. Not the crimson chin, not the butt chin, just the normal large chin that I currently own.
Well, you know, you've got to do with the tools you're given, you know. But we are going to be getting into the first game of the day pretty swiftly now as we head over to Erangel to kick off the second part of this phase. We are coming to the second half of this phase, which did start just over a week ago. So we are going to be looking to see how these teams are going to close things out with a strong lead on Na'Vi to kick it off.
Yeah, we had a week off. We're not ready for more chicken dinners. All right, that's what I want. 4 chicken dinners from Na'Vi. First week, free from Unicorn to Love. Give me more. Give me more going to one single team. I want everyone else to starve right now. Only 11th place ARB champions. There were 2 chicken dinners, right? Okay. Other than that, it looks proper wonky towards the bottom of the tables. You got 1, 2, 1 for Ruthless Esports. That's coming from Shockwave to MADBULLS to Ruthless Esports in 5th, 4th, and 3rd, respectively. But yeah, it is Unicorn to Love Na'Vi. This is their week. This is their week to go. There's been a lot of changes, a lot of fixes going on behind the scenes. We had a lovely interview with Kitsune last week, in which case he just said, you know, basically along the lines of, yeah, we're just dominating now. We're going to go to the European regionals and dominate there as well. Come first place, then just go straight to PMGC. We've got our ticket, we've punched it, we know what we're doing with it, we're just waiting for the train now.
Ooh, they're at the station. They're playing from there. To be fair, they could do. Why not? If you got signal. Plane path from Novo all the way up to just between Severny and Stalber, going right over Yasnaya. The team's looking to potentially drop out on this east coast. Primorsk a little bit harder to get to. George, that sort of area will be very, very late on this drop, Blank.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to get over towards that west side of the map. That's okay for a lot of teams. Na'Vi will be immediately sending out towards those vehicles so they can get to North George, nice and quick, which is absolutely fine. It's where they want to stay. It's where they want to play from. But they will come into contact with a fair few of the teams on their approach. Similarly to all the other teams who are in a very, very similar boat here, right, down towards the western side. It's basically a line that you've got from Death Machine, Pioneer, all the way down to Doom, who are right at the bottom of the queue there. You can see they're already hitting the floor. But Nexus want to head over towards Gatka, get some presence there, and get something done with that.
Already dropping out. Pretty close to Pachinki. Shockwave there as well, but just grabbing a vehicle, getting out of there. Same for Team Doom, as you were saying. Big already up in Severny. No super hot drops just yet. No one's really bumping elbows at this stage, Blank. Still a little bit quiet, but on the North Shore with Pioneer, Na'Vi, close to each other, potential for things to get a little bit hot. VIRTUS.PRO also in that sort of area on the North Rozhok Hills.
I think for VIRTUS.PRO that they're pretty comfy, pretty safe at the moment. No one's really challenging them too much. I mean, you were saying there were a couple of teams up there, but I think they're a bit more preoccupied with heading over to the positions they want to play. Nexus, unfortunately, have taken a little bit of a tumble there with one player going down in the meantime.
They didn't drop in with all 4.
Oh, they dropped in with 3. That's very unfortunate for them. Holding Gatka is going to be a little bit more difficult with that. I mean, Gatka is one of those positions where you do need several angles in the early game, where you take a lot of this trash loot. Shockwave being very close by at the moment does make things a little bit more squeaky there for Nexus. So slight unfortunate turn of events for themselves. Na'Vi, you can see, already picking up those vehicles. They made a bit of a late rotate here. I think it's just a case of so many teams dropping alongside them. You had Big, you had Pioneer, and I think that's typically okay, right? You know, making that late rotate, making sure you have the vehicles on board is absolutely fine. I actually respect that play. I'd rather them not try and challenge out for a lot of vehicles early on and get taken down by the likes of Pioneer, losing one player early. We know that these big teams that really thrive in the gunfights between other teams in their late game, they really do need those 4 players to ascend to like godlyhood, right? Big, on the other hand, this is a team that's suffering from those early picks on a lot of different maps. We're talking Sanhok, we're talking Miramar, and we just haven't seen that big play that we're used to seeing from them.
Hopefully be treated to a little bit more of that as time goes on. See if they can bring that one back around. NEXUS still close to Shockwave, so they are potentially going to come into conflict with one another. Hakone might have been spotted by Sarah in the window there, but I don't think Hakone really had the eyes out over onto the fields, over onto the area where Sarah is currently crawling around in the undergrowth, in the weeds that sprout up beneath these walls. There's one thing you could say about Pachinki is that it's really not very well kept.
What do you mean? Why are you attacking Pachinki all of a sudden here? This is
you know,
cruelty. Look, they've got rugs and everything. And paintings.
Don't employ the gardeners that they need. Look at the walls, they're all crumbling down.
That's true. You're not wrong there. But, I mean, if you look into the backstory of Erangel, you'll know exactly why it does look the way that it does. But I'm not going to spoil anything else. That's for you guys at home to do some PUBG lore. Go on the old YouTubes, find out exactly what's happening. I mean, you're already on YouTube right now, or whatever platform you're watching on. But if you are watching on YouTube, duplicate this tab, look up Erangel lore, come back. See what you think. It's good fun. 4 many men already finding themselves a knock over towards TJB, who kind of blasted out a little bit last week in Phase 2. And I think that's just because they were playing hugely aggressively, right, all the time.
Sarah definitely not playing aggressively here. And with 3 players, it's kind of understandable. You just don't want to go for these trades. You don't have the numbers to really back that up. 4 Romanian men get pretty central. Looks like they managed to pick a pocket, and TJB did the victim there.
They did do the victim. That's correct. They were doing the attackers in that case, the assaulters. I think this is just a classic TJB thing. The awareness from this team is a little bit shoddy at times, but you do try and make do with what you can. NEXUS now coming into some hot waters with Shockwave, but caught off guard here is terrible news.
And it's a double team as well. Sarah was there waiting to jump out, and immediately 2 players go down. That was really unfortunate. There's no way that you realize that NEXUS are there. As Shockwave, you don't think that there's a team with you. You might have seen teams drop out further out in the fields, but NEXUS beat that aggression, that push up on foot, which made it so hard to detect.
I mean, with RUTHLESS Esports not being here, there was a lot of opportunity for a few teams to take up position in Pachinki. I do really like that NEXUS decided to hold Pachinki, though, as 3. You know, it really does take some large cojones to even try something like that. You got to be bold. And they were confident with it. They had the crossfire going on. They got the guys that rocked up in the vehicles were looking to go, and they were silent up until that moment. Take Aim Gaming, Tingsker tries to get a bit of a spray down, but slightly less effective. And now Mind will move across the rest of his teammates. Difficult crossing now for TJB to make. They can't pass through that area now that information's been given away, and will have to maybe skirt around later on. Luckily, they're towards the center of the circle anyway, so they don't have to make too many moves this early on in the game. So things should still be fine. Still playing with 3 this early into the game. Not fun, especially with a central spot like this, because you know teams are going to start pushing their way. I'm looking at MADBULLS, who are up towards their northeast in Yaz. This is a typical circle where I would imagine the MADBULLS might stay and gatekeep Lakeside, but could also easily move down towards the southwest and take a bit of a stronger position in the hillside.
I'd say have eyes on XTEAM. Saw a couple of those players scurrying around on the opposing hillside. Not taking the shots just yet. Presence potentially known by XTEAM, but he's not really having the best of times. MUERTE doing a little bit better overall, I would say.
Yeah, I'd say they look a little bit more confident, and I think, you know, you could contrast this with last week's. Like, they're in 11th place last week with 177 points total, which is not bad at all. But you contrast this to this week where, you know, they didn't have as many blessed circles as they did in phase 1. That is really the big thing to consider here for them. Even so, they're at 95 points halfway through phase 2. You know, they're on track to beat their phase 1 record here, which is great for them, because I do think they've had to fight for a lot of their victories. I think they've really had to put in some effort, put in some work, and it's not just been a case of, right, we have circle, now we win the game. So I think for MUERTE, things are starting to click a little bit. I'm still going to say they're a middling team. They do need to keep pushing up these numbers, though, because a 10th and 11th, like that on average, is not going to sit you in the top 8, which is where you want to be to get into that European regionals and potentially grab one of those top 3 spots that's going to send you to PMGC.
We're on board with Big now, who left Severny. They went for a Western rotation, and now they're down near to actually the remaining players from NEXUS, all 3 of them who dropped in. Pretty close by, but it looks like they are disengaging from that, heading back a little bit further north as the circle shifted out to the east of Pochinki, to southeast of Rozhok. We're going over that sort of direction.
Yeah, I think for NEXUS, it's a good move from them. They know that they're kind of lacking on players here, especially going in with 3. It does kind of limit your tactics just slightly, but they had Prio and Gatka in the first place. It's where they dropped mainly. You did see Na'Vi stop dropping there quite frequently as soon as NEXUS were able to just run in. NEXUS is quite a good early game team. We saw that versus QODEX on Sanhok, particularly over in PIONER. So it's great to see that NEXUS is just really taking as many advantages they can get. They know they can't play center here, with Pochinki being a little bit of a hot spot off towards that west side. So they just move out and try and play some edge. I think if they can get some eliminations here, John, it's great news. You drop them with 3, you pick up 5 eliminations. That's still not a bad game, picking up just the 5 points off what is kind of one of those games that is just throwaway for a lot of teams when you don't get that 4th player in. Regardless, let's take a look at some other teams within the circle at the moment. John, you've got QODEX, who are taking quite a central position here. Now, if you weren't watching last week and you were watching towards phase 1, you saw QODEX were doing pretty well. They did have a little bit of a dip over towards that 2nd week of phase 1. However, if you've not been watching phase 2, they have had a huge drop-off at the moment. I mean, off the side of a cliff, lads. It has not been good for QODEX, and we want to see them do a little bit better, but currently they are just slipping down so swiftly.
Reactions there from Tixi, getting right back to cover. Beast not quite able to get that knock, but a lot of damage sent in. Kitsune and Tixi caught out just a little bit. Kitsune leaving, evacuating this area as the rest of Na'Vi not quite there. Big looking to potentially punch through this Na'Vi line of defense to try and get into the zone, but Tixi holding behind the car. Mihi there, a little bit isolated from the rest of the team on the rotation, but they make it through. And they are on the chase, actually. Kitsune now hounded. The Fox is on the run as Beast is bearing down on him and moves around those hillsides. Vehicles currently the pursuit case, but Kitsune not for stopping here. Na'Vi look to regroup in front of this rotation, drop out for Beast, looking to get the spray down on the buggy, but Kitsune a little bit too wily.
Yeah, it's quite a well-coordinated play there. I mean, they send Kitsune out as the distraction off to the right-hand side, away from the rest of the team. It's up towards the top of the hill, which limits the sight lines that actually Big would have over towards them. In the meantime, they leave Tixi behind with a buggy, which is in cover, as the lurker, right? So he waits behind, has another distraction in play, stops Mihi from immediately sending in. Possibly some of the players slow down, prepared for a fight, in which case the rest of Na'Vi can get away. This is a problem that Na'Vi's had a few times, and I like that they're being able to employ some tactics here to stop it, which is where they get very split, and they take a lot of these scouting opportunities early on in the game. But if they get caught out, typically they lose 1 or 2, and it's kind of lights out for them.
It's really nice to see these sorts of adjustments come through. I mean, you give these teams a week off, and they're going to be reviewing those VODs hard. They're going to be spotting those little deficits and hopefully addressing them, and maybe that's what Na'Vi was able to do there. Good stuff. Hopefully a couple more adjustments and keep themselves trucking and chugging along in that 1st place in the time to come. but they have to swing back along the path they just left because the circle shifts down southwest hard towards Potato Hill.
Yeah, they certainly could have headed straight over towards Yasnaya and sent through the fields, but it does leave you open to some of these players that are playing outside of the circle, especially with being such a hard shift there. Perhaps they assume there would be some players towards the northeast side, so I don't mind this play from them too much. I mean, it's more of like a play that would have absolutely worked if they went off towards Yaz side because there's not that many players there, but this is the logical play. This is the play that gets you the most amount of points, the most amount of times, and they maybe assume that Big thinks that they've rotated around Yaz, and they might just be able to catch the guys from Big off guard if they're not watching their backs.
XTEAM caught off guard, it seems. MADBULLS have got the sight. That is a really, really dangerous position for XTEAM when there's a team at the back. It's like a funnel. Those bullets just pouring in, no relenting, no time, and no vehicles either for XTEAM. And MADBULLS just establishing the chokehold on the XTEAM position.
Yeah, this is a really typical spot that XTEAM's currently playing. It's one of the spots you go to when you're down and out, right? You've only got 2 players left. It does cover you from behind, but the amount of times that, you know, if you've got a full squad in front of you, they can kind of rotate around like this and then send some nades in. So I do like that XTEAM sees the rotate and immediately sends away. They know they can't stick around there for too long because they will just get naded out, and instead try to go for something a little bit more aggressive. Xerix sits out, but the rest of the teams are already in front, and it should be game over XTEAM.
There it is. There it goes. Skills did get knocked in the process, but they'll be okay. They will get back on their feet. Pretty close by. So a couple of the outposts from MUERTE. It looks like MUERTE are going to go for the circle instead of anything else. Na'Vi did brush back against Big, but Big sent out further west, and they're going to go to the north side of Pochinki now.
So for Na'Vi, this has worked out quite well, and I think this is a little bit of a, not an odd play from Big. I think because they have Prio on the rotate, maybe they can get into Pochinki and start working their way out towards that eastern side, maybe pick up one of those Prio compounds. Again, you don't know where this next circle's going to typically go. QODEX currently have very, very good high ground position over on towards Potato Hill, though it is going to become more and more difficult to hold on to that if the circle heads over towards their way. They're going to maybe have to take either the east or the west side and then just kind of control the other players that might come up towards them. But maybe a good game for QODEX here would bring them back into the fold, give them that confidence they need to bounce back. However, the defense we've seen from them multiple times on several different maps, I think that that defense is still lacking. And taking Potato Hill, that requires a fortress of utility and able to scout out the positions that people are coming through, and mechanical skill also.
NEXUS under the watch of QODEX, right next to Pioneer now in the longhouses. Pioneer crash on in, but Death Machine have got their northward position as well, being peppered by bullets there from Pioneer, but they make their aggressive move, they make that position work, and they do get to cover.
I mean, Pioneer's playing in a position where it's very easy to set up the barricades. Unfortunately, when you play this spot, you do have players from QODEX over towards Potato Hill that's looking down to you, so you can't really stand outside the building, play off angles on the walls, and you're also getting crunched by 2 other teams. Although these positions aren't great for NEXUS and Death Machine, they're kind of protected by one another, right? Because Pioneer can't quite easily peek out towards one team without being harassed by the other.
MUERTE, Take Aim Gaming clashing on the hillside right now. Downhill fight for MUERTE. Take Aim Gaming do get that initial knock that I have spotted out next to the buggy. Toffees, the blue zone ticking, but not undeniably so. English does get some retribution there for the team and gets the flush as well. Flick potentially looking to get back up as well. If they can get him back in, that would be great news.
Yeah, unlikely at Zone 4 right now that Flight's going to get back up, especially with him being in the blue there. It's really unfortunate that he does get knocked. They were playing on the edge, and a quick rotate from Take Aim Gaming does take them out. I think they should have been aware of that, though, specifically playing on this edge side where you're on the roads. You need to be wary, and he's in front of the rock there, so maybe he tried to keep himself safe, but not quite enough available towards him. Na'Vi now getting absolutely blunderbusted here by VIRTUS.PRO, just sending the grenades over the top, and it really is just a case of trying to heal back up again. That is the go signal now for VIRTUS.PRO. They can start to move back up again, but Kitsune and the rest of the team have laid down some pretty good smokes to stop teams from rushing up towards them too soon.
Is going to be the backstop here for the push. Old Boy wants to move forwards, but gets knocked by Kitsune. Backlocks both trading off one another, and that will slow things down, allow Na'Vi to get their players back up, fighting for Smeku. Will be able to heal there. But what can the other teams around them do in the meantime? A knock over to Tixi from Yankee on the off angle. Really, really useful. Kitsune caught out there, but there is Rezable. Meku will be able to find that. VIRTUS.PRO now looking for the crash. Tuluka rolls on up in the Darcia. There's a nade over the top, and he sends out right, taken down as well. But there is another knock over towards Matic. Tixi still going and up. Kitsune needs to hold Old Boy on the flank, but can't quite bear the brunt of it. Meku now, last standing for Na'Vi, swings out wide, will fall down. Hang on a minute, there's a sliver of HP somewhere on the Na'Vi squad, but that's not going to last too long. Tixi, though, can do wonders if he's given that opportunity. Trying to get out of dodge, hits down behind the buggy. Yankee should spot it, spot the player from Na'Vi. VIRTUS.PRO roll over Na'Vi.
Yeah, really difficult push there for VIRTUS.PRO, especially with TJB looking this way, QODEX looking from the top side. They are now taking bullets from MUERTE, so that was cut off just a little bit. But for VIRTUS.PRO, now it's just all about survival. They're very much right on the edge of the blue inside this shack, and they need to figure out a way to get out. A lot of smokes were expended there. There's another that just sits over the top of the crest, so might be available for them to escape. When the circle coming their way, this is really a big blessing towards them. They need to be able to leverage this. And if it means taking down TJB and perhaps even TakeAim Gaming further up the hill, this is going to give them ultimate space towards that north side.
QODEX on the southeast. They've been a bit, well, not quiet, but they haven't really been engaged in a full-on fight just yet. They haven't had to fully defend Potato Hill, but the eastern side will be dangerous for them. MUERTE maybe making it a little less dangerous as TakeAim Gaming rebuffed from the north. Shots over their way, and knock sent out as well. And with 3 players from MUERTE, it's a little bit low on pressure, and certainly low on utility for English to be able to make this push over towards QODEX.
Yeah, just one Molotov here. I think for TakeAim Gaming, getting crunched between TJB and then coming just out of the blue. For MUERTE, this is always going to be the case of moving up towards the northern side. So for TakeAim Gaming, this has just been a really bad push-in for them. And MUERTE's actually been kind of saved because they were slightly late to the circle. Unfortunately, Daliev just goes a little bit too far forward. Should have maybe expected the players on top of Potato Hill there. Now just down to 2. Perhaps be able to get some more points on board. But with 13 teams still in the game right now, they will really have to live for quite a while longer. You mentioned the utility, and that's going to be the real kicker for MUERTE here.
Hit the deck, crawl on forwards. They have a little bit of smoke cover on their right flank there, but they are under the ridge line, so covered off from QODEX for now. Babito's pretty close to coming into those sight lines. TJB potentially moving up the hill, could see it. Nexus finally pulling the trigger on this fight. Moving forwards, but Octavian gets downed there. I think he might have had a nade cooked as well. Not ideal, but res potential there for Serra. Puts a nade in through the window, immediately starts getting that one cooked, but unfortunately, he's getting cooked himself. That Molotov not friendly at all. Serra knocked on the outside. Pioneer holding this beautifully.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous Molotov that just bounces back off the wall straight onto their position where they assume the res is coming through. So for Pioneer, I do like this. We weren't really focusing on too much towards the last 3 minutes of the game, purely because they're right on the southwest side, but they've had to make a quick play. Death Machine moved up, and they took that opportunity to quickly deal with the players off towards their south side. So this is really, really well done. Doran last to fall there, and now Pioneer immediately have to pick up vehicles and just get gone.
They will be able to do so. Immediately bugging out, but they're all in one vehicle. QODEX putting nades over towards Unicorns of Love. PNL not going to get naded out. That one went a little bit long. And the north side being held out as well. Actually, Moneyken doing a lot of work over on that north side for them. MUERTE suffering for it. Unicorns of Love trying to push in still. But the nades going to get put down. With QODEX not having been in too many fights, they should have quite a lot of utility here. Gonzo spraying in through the smoke, but not finding the knock. Rolkis is still down. Hits the deck for Gonzo. Woodson pushes on in, spots him again, gets that knock from PNL actually this time around. The DBS in hand, wants the flush, pushes further into the rest of the Unicorns. There is that player down out and to the left, but that's only going to get you so much here as only 2 players now stand. Crypto jumps up, goes for 1 spray, goes for 2. Can he find it? Not quite. The knock is not quite there, but the spray is good. And Icy stands tall to move forwards, backing up his teammate as well. DBS around the side, and QODEX looking a little bit shaky now. They are on the retreat, getting back behind cover, putting those nades down as well to stop the Unicorns from taking more than they were bargaining for.
Icy just keeps putting Molotovs behind that tree so they can't push that further forward. Really good nade again, takes down PNL, lays Woodson low. It's unlikely they'll be able to get Rolkis up here, especially with the circle moving so far towards that north side. In the meantime, VIRTUS.PRO trying to take down the remaining players of TJB, and we talked about that control on the north side that VIRTUS.PRO was going to try and leverage here. They have lost one player, but they're taking it really slow. They're looking for the chicken dinner. Death Machine sends up with just the one player, but MADBULLS, with just skills remaining, looks down towards where Pioneers are currently playing. They're playing uphill. Very, very difficult to deal with skills here, especially with the smokes behind him and the rock in front of him. That hard cover is coming so in clutch for him right now.
Until that northeast fight concludes, no one's really going to be pushing skills off of this location. He can just guard out Pioneer on this duo. Unicorns are love potentially as well if they try and make a push, but you can see they're uphill. They have that terrain cover, so more likely they're going to crash into the back of QODEX. Skills in the meantime can just reposition.
Yeah, VIRTUS.PRO 9 eliminations so far, so a very good game for them. They did take 2 down. Lin sends another nade over the top. Will immediately frag over towards Old Boy and get an elimination. I think they were just getting 2 players back up on their feet, so very low. Even just a little bit of shrapnel from those grenades would have taken those players down. I think that might have been a flash or a smoke sent in there, and Skills now looking to take down the remaining players. Did immediately look for hard cover, which I respect. Not sure what Icy's doing here, but he needs to be in the fight.
Oh, he's hitting the deck and he's going down in the dirt as well. Woodson puts them all out of the misery. MoneyKen, excellent backstop there. Finding what they were looking for. A nade, I think, found the first. Skills needs to get out of there to stop himself from dying, but can't quite escape the frag. QODEX with 2 hold out Unicorns on the south.
Desperately needed that second nade to come out just a little bit early there. Now VIRTUS.PRO still controlling massively. They do lose one more player in Yankee, who is currently crawling, but I don't know if anyone's be able to get him. They're very, very focused on trying to get towards one of the trees, one of the rocks here to play around with, because they have none of the high ground. A lot of the other teams do have to come to them, so if they can find a defensible position, maybe in the tree line, they could just wait this game out just a little bit. They don't have to do too much.
VIRTUS.PRO back up to 3. QODEX have a lot of open space to work with, but not a lot of the circle. The team uphill, Pioneer, did get back to 2. I think VIRTUS.PRO is the bigger threat. Maybe QODEX are looking out that way. Just trying to pop those nades in, see what you can find. A smoke actually blooming there. No one going in just yet, but everybody does have to crawl on forwards to try and get this presence felt.
Yeah, for Ultra, this is actually such a good position for him. It's so surprising, but he's managed to find himself a ton of death crates and a ton of utility. 3 grenades, I think that's 3 mollies, and a couple, I think maybe 6 smokes, in fact, as well. So he should be able to keep himself safe for a very, very long time unless someone spots him out. I think Yankee has a general idea of his position, though, especially seeing the arcs from the grenade coming over from that western side of them. So for the time being, again, this is exactly how I imagined it would go down, as VP are currently slowing everything to a very, very grinding halt. And in the meantime, a lot of these other teams are trying to set themselves on a lineup down towards their position. It doesn't help them that they are downhill, but there's not really anywhere else VP could have gone. They were fighting for so long. They couldn't take center here. They were getting naded all over the place. And there's no real compound to take that massive, strong position within this circle.
VIRTUS.PRO are kind of trapped, though, behind that little ridge line, unless they can move forwards. Could prove to be troublesome, especially if Pioneer can get a crossfire going with QODEX. But everybody's just chilling right now.
You might even assume that Pioneer may even take fights over towards QODEX as well as Death Machine. So the time being, right now, this is a great opportunity for Mir to stand up and start tossing these grenades. He wants to force the enemy teams towards the north and south side of them into fights of their own. They don't want to be the ones that initiate here. They know there are a ton of teams towards their south side. They're up the hill that want to fight one another first. So as soon as they start getting to nade range, that's when VP is going to start tossing these grenades over the top. So I do really like this play from VP. Again, it's one of those controlling plays. They have to be careful not to be caught when they are standing up doing this, though. So it is a little bit dangerous every time they go for it. Death Machine, pretty sure his position is known by Yankee as well as Pioneers. And QODEX is very worried about this push coming up from VP on this side and continuing to apply pressure.
Oh, I mean, what can you do? You get spotted by Old Boy, you are going down, MoneyKen. from QODEX. Last player standing now, but the smoke blooms, and that gives away the position almost fully. Old boy pops a nade in, but takes a lot of damage in return. Sent wide, actually pops it over towards the crate. I think they think he's on the crate. MUERTE might have just escaped.
Yeah, they're clearing that position right now because they assume there might be another player just playing backstop for the initial player they knocked from QODEX on Woodson. So Death Machine drops all. The backpack keeps some utility on board, but he's right next to Pioneer right now.
They've got to see each other, right? Yeah, there we go. Ultra picked on up, swept under the rug. Now 2 players from Pioneer, 3 players from VIRTUS.PRO, 1 from QODEX. Nades turning their attention towards these Pioneer positions. MUERTE, he's right next to that blue zone.
Yeah, this is a horrible spot right now for these 2 teams. Now, Pioneer does pick up that final elimination, but just black-white remaining, and that will be done. VIRTUS.PRO with an excellent wrap towards that western side. We'll just corral all the teams into their crossfire. Really, really well done. And that's another chicken dinner there for VIRTUS.PRO. That should send them back up to 2, a little bit far down the rankings at the moment. 8th place after that, before that game right now, but that should have got them a lot of points to send them up the rankings.
Absolutely, they were going to be pretty happy with that. It was high eliminations as well on that game. They really, really were able to perform there. You talked about what they should be doing. They did enact that. They just slowed everything down.
Yeah,
poured molasses over the whole of those final circles and just made everybody dance to their tune.
Absolutely. I think that one thing I do need to comment on very quickly, which is somewhat maybe a little bit simple, but it's definitely MUERTE here. He was in position for an MVP spot over towards that phase 1, but he did an excellent job by himself, top of Potato Hill, where the rest of the team was kind of challenging Unicorns of Love to hold out a lot of teams on that side. It's an incredibly hard position to play by yourself, and then comes back into support with Unicorns of Love. Really, really well done. Again, though, VIRTUS.PRO play that game out perfectly towards the end. They get the circle, they keep people back. As soon as they get to nade range, send Pioneer back towards QODEX, and then wrap on that side with the amount of utility and smokes they had. It was very, very difficult for QODEX to respond.
I mean, yeah, it's very, very tricky, you're right. It was unfortunate that they took so many casualties towards that Unicorns of Love fight. Maybe they would have been able to stand a little bit stronger against VIRTUS.PRO players from down the hill, but unfortunately, no can do. VIRTUS.PRO take the chicken dinner.
Well, I guess if there are questions about how VIRTUS.PRO would perform today, they've already been answered. And Old Boy, again, reigning supreme, really proving he still has what it takes, helping carry VIRTUS.PRO to another victory. But gentlemen, I want to break down how they got to that point. You know, looking back on what happened in that match, I think their positioning was pretty fantastic, considering just the spread of teams they had to the north and to the south. I feel like was Big and Na'Vi were to their north. They dealt with them really quickly. And then all they had to worry about was any team to the south. They had their back to a wall, and it was really easy to fight from that position.
They were literally running up that hill and took uphill battles in that game. So really happy with how they actually pulled it off most of the time. It seems like Old Boy had a vendetta to eliminate Na'Vi in that game. I think he got, like, I think you said earlier, 2 elims on the team there, Jason, with a lot of really good utility thrown on their spot. And then you put your focus on, I think there was some players of Death Machine. I think just Ultra at some point was taking a little bit of a focus. TJB also, but they cleared everything. And in that finishing moment, the moment they clear Woodson's angle of QODEX, they can take as much of a spread on the western side as they want to get the angles they need to close off the game. So yeah, good execution and not an easy given game to them. They had to work for it.
I was going to say, this might be the most impressive VIRTUS.PRO win we've seen all tournament long, because they had to go all the way up the hill, as you were mentioning before. The thing that was very impressive was dislodging Na'Vi from the shack area that they were in. Yes, Na'Vi was kind of pinched between VIRTUS.PRO and TJB, but once Na'Vi got in there, they had 3 knocked. They were down and out for the count almost, but they were able to recover and slowly and patiently move their way up, which is incredibly impressive. As TJB was looking at them, you can see here, 3 knocked, 3 down to make that recovery. Very, very good stuff by VIRTUS.PRO. Great patient play.
Yeah, definitely efficient play from them overall. I think that overall you can really point out the Potato Hill is a hard position to hold on to when you have a team trying to hold it as a 4-man crew. You have to go for some pretty wide splits, which is what they did. They went for a 2-2 split. They had 2 players on the west, 2 players on the eastern side, and you can see here PNL, and I believe it was MUERTE also on the western side. They were trying to hold off. There was Unicorns of Love. There was at some point also Death Machine trying to enter from one of the sides, and then at the end you got Pioneer just come in chuck some nades at the remaining players, and you just cleared all of the West for yourself. So Pioneer, very similar, I would say, to VIRTUS.PRO here, Kalaris, where they really had to work to get in that position in the first place. So not an easy game, but they at least get also, what was that, 11 eliminations at the end? So still a really good game for Pioneer, and once again, remaining consistent.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, I don't think they had as difficult a time as VIRTUS.PRO. The Death Machine fight, obviously, as you say, was very, very important for them to have that West as free as they did. But this was yet another game that kind of slips away from Pioneer, where they're kind of edging towards victories again, where they're really not being able to get too many victories on the board as a whole. But with VIRTUS.PRO taking this one, I mean, they just looked pristine. So it was going to be difficult to push away VIRTUS.PRO from this victory.
Just really quickly, though, I want to turn our attention over towards QODEX, because this team we saw in the very first day of play in Phase 1, well, they got 2 chicken dinners in a row. They got our first back-to-back on the first day of the whole event. And since then, they've been relatively quiet. They had a 2nd place finish. They had a couple of 4th place finishes. But in Phase 2 alone, they've had 1 4th place finish with 0 eliminations, and then 2 6th place finishes. This is the first time I feel like we've seen them actually perform since basically that first day of league play or Phase 1, and I don't know what it was about this team and this drought of points they've had since then, but they finally step up here.
Yeah, they didn't have the best start to Phase 2, as you're saying. I personally can't take too much away from this game in terms of saying they're back or something like that. Because
oh, well, yeah. No.
They had themselves Potato Hill from this position, as Max was alluding to. Yes, you have to have a wide split to hold it, but then at least they have people left to be able to then move down. And then Moneyken, after having 6 eliminations, actually I noticed he had an MG3 and he was lying down, and that thing is an absolute beam when it comes to damage being able to put out if you're able to use it later on. Sadly, they weren't able to do too much with it towards the end, but that's because, yeah, you know, as I said before, VIRTUS.PRO was looking so good. So, yeah, questionable still for me, QODEX.
I would say is after the first phase, like they had a few cameras on them, so they were a little bit scared, maybe a little bit of stress potentially after that one. But you know what? They were still able to perform a little bit here, but can they get back to the glory days when so many teams have been able to step up in the second phase? I think that's a completely different question, right? Because it's a lot tougher lobby now in the second phase, so it's going to be harder to perform there.
That's interesting, Max, actually. So I guess every time we've ever played a game together, you've always had cameras on you because you...
Chokes?
Never played well. You always choke.
Yeah, I choke, I throw, I'm bad. There's many ways to say it.
Die on bosses when you already know what they do. You know, it happens. But yeah, no, so we've had, obviously, VIRTUS.PRO, I mean, a fantastic start to the second half of the second phase for them. Old boy again, like he had 900 damage done, almost breaking that 1K point. He had 5 eliminations, definitely still being, you know, the star for the team. And I still don't know how. I still just, I can't understand how a player... I mean, obviously, he's a very good player, but typically the players who have been around for years and years, have been at the top of the pro scene for this long, typically fall off because of the new caliber of players coming in, and obviously they can't kind of keep up. But Old Boy's been able to do that and more.
I feel like it's natural game sense and natural mechanics almost, right? To be able to, of course, you know, the guy probably works hard in terms of practicing and stuff like that, but sometimes you can't teach that. And if you can teach it, it takes a very long time to be able to assimilate that kind of style, that kind of play. So for me, Old Boy kind of encompasses that kind of natural talent.
And they lost Talika early on, Max, so it's not like... You know, they had a full team up. They had Talika to depend on as well. I mean, he's also a very phenomenal player for the roster. And yet, with these three left alive, they were still able to close the game out.
I do feel like we saw that mainly in the first phase and the start of the second phase. I think Talika is the player that has improved the most on a day-per-day basis, right? And I think he is the player that plays around Old Boy the most, efficiently, at least, as of recent times. Sure, he did get eliminated early game. It does happen. Like, it happens to every player, right, to get eliminated once early game. But if he's there, I think that he is the best fragging duo next to Old Boy. And see, Old Boy perform without any walls there too, so he doesn't need walls to do well. So it's good from him, yeah.
Let's take a look at the total damage on this last match. Just get an idea of how far ahead VIRTUS.PRO were compared to other teams. But I want to see if there's anyone that kind of sneaks in there as a surprise. And maybe TJB. I think, Max, you had TJB chosen as your prediction, if I'm not mistaken, in this match, with the position they were in. But TJB, I mean, is again one of those teams that we expect a lot more of, and yet they haven't lived up to the hype. I feel like I've been saying this like a broken record, but I feel like every day it's been true for TJB, unfortunately.
So my prediction, I was because I thought they were in a specific compound up to the northwestern side of Potato Hill. They were not exactly there. Once we zoomed in on the map, I realized, actually, and you pointed it out also, Jason. So they were a little bit further up north. They were trying to eliminate teams like such as Na'Vi and also mainly the VIRTUS.PRO squad, but they lost players who had made it very complicated for them to achieve that goal in the first place. But yeah, they had such a massive spread. It's a really tough position to hold on to, because if you have a team that comes comes in from behind, which at the end is what happened. The team backfilled their spot. They're just going to get completely swiped. So I think there was a compound they could have gone to. There was only Monikens in that position, so very easy to breach. But TJB, I feel like kind of happening every single time. They seem a little bit slow to answer to specific circles, specific positions around the map, and I think that really hurts them. Though XT was playing in this game, and I think he had the top stats of the team this time, so maybe bring XT in more often for the team. He seemed like he's been able to find a little bit more success in this game alone compared to some of the other players. So it could be a good change, similar to like Manu playing for the side of Ruthless. So it could be a good change.
Yeah, just not sure. I mean, I know they've had their roster swaps and they've had different players come into the team. They were slightly different roster than at PMWI, then obviously before that as well when it came to spring season. But when it comes to just, you know, raw fragging power, I feel like GK First kind of lost the that he surprised us with when it came to the initial tournament we saw him in, the initial PMPL. But I mean, either way, again, maybe they can still turn things around. We've seen players improve. We've seen already teams improved quite drastically. Look at Na'Vi. So they definitely have time to do so. But we have about 2 minutes till we're heading to the next match here over on Miramar. I am kind of curious, though, about are VIRTUS.PRO going to maintain this? Are MADBULLS going to step up yet again? I think for me, my eyes are again focused towards PMGC, right? Where the top team from the finals here will get into PMGC, and then the other teams have a chance to do so when it comes to the regionals. For the CIS teams, it's very important to have a good showing for the rest of this event.
Yeah. Currently, with how things are currently standing, I think their goal is clearly on the championship. We stated this many times. Now the fact that we have confirmed there's actually 3 slots to qualify in that championship. I think that, you know, you mentioned it, Na'Vi, VIRTUS.PRO, MADBULLS, I think there's a very high chance we're going to see those 3 teams not only making it in the finals of this event, but also be in the top 8 of the finals to then qualify and play versus the Turkish teams, right? So I wouldn't be surprised to see them make it that far. I think they can go the entire way and qualify in PMGC. The question is, how can they perform versus the Turkish teams? And I think right now, what we're seeing currently in this PMPL, somewhat a training ground for them to prepare for the Turkish teams. And when they get to that stage, that might be the real competition for them to try and make it in PMGC.
Even before that, though, I think that it's going to be awesome to watch the Turkish teams going up against the likes of Na'Vi, the likes of MADBULLS, VIRTUS.PRO as well. Like, once we speculatively get there with those teams being able to qualify on through, like, we're going to have one of the best tournaments we've had in this region for quite a while, I think.
Yeah, can't wait to see that happen, but we still have obviously a lot of time left to go. We actually have our second match ready to go as we throw it back to our commentators of John and Blink to kick off match 2 of the day.
We're going in for match number 2. You're right. You look surprised, but we are here. We are in. Miramar going to be on the cards. Supposedly about 10 seconds.
Yes, 10 seconds to go, and I'm ready. Now it's 5 seconds to go, John. Are you ready?
Oh. Yeah, actually now it's about 1 second to go. So hopefully it's going to happen right now. You know, getting into that Miramar as the players do start to load on up. Look at that. It's almost like the timer knew when it was going to start.
I know, they're on point with it. That's all that matters. That's what I like to see. But we are heading over towards Miramar now, see what can happen on this map. And obviously being a large map here does give people a little bit more space to play around with. We've seen a few teams start to excel on this map a little bit, but I don't think we've seen that many teams in terms of this map just have complete dominance over this one. It's nice to see, especially over in Western Europe, you know, not being that one singular team that's right at the top of the standings at the moment, no matter what, right? Every single team has a different speciality. Every single team is able to pull out these wins when they can. I think it was definitely interesting on that last match of Erangel, because SHOCKWAVE were actually heading up towards that northern side where VIRTUS.PRO are currently playing. Now, if they had 4 players, that's kind of like the ultimate position for SHOCKWAVE to play, right? With all that space on the northern side by themselves, and they're able to set up that nice line of approach that they usually go for in a lot of these games. Luckily for VIRTUS.PRO, they were taken down to 2 early, very early on in the game by NEXUS. I still think that VIRTUS.PRO though would have stood up to them, but it might have caused some problems towards that end game.
Seeing if they can hold off those problems for yet another trip over Miramar. As our teams engage in match number 2. Dropping out, it looks like it's a fairly middling plane, a little bit further south leaning, but it does end up a little bit high on that western coast as well.
Yeah, we're heading from over towards Impala, Porto Paraíso side, over towards, I believe that is Monte Nuevo. So a very, very south playing path, or quite horizontal here as well. So the northern side of the map, a little bit inaccessible for a lot of these teams at the moment as we head straight down into it. We're on board, but I'm not sure who at the moment. We're all wearing a lot of the similar outfits, but straight down onto the map. We'll see what happens with this one. I'm figuring out that, you know, we're just waiting on a few little kinks to be removed here, so we see where these players currently are sat. 4 remaining men down here with Shockwave at the moment, just rotating through. At the moment, just sending their separate ways, so not a big deal.
Yeah, they didn't really clash too hard on that front, but they're just grabbing those vehicles, getting their rotation on. Shockwave head up towards that east side of the map. 4 Romanian men backing off down a little bit further southwest.
Yeah, 4 Romanian men looting up now, keep things chilled out. Obviously, 4 Romanian men not having the best of times in the recent tournaments, sadly. Well, in the recent phases, it's not been going absolutely amazing for them. I mean, I do think they've brought together themselves a nice team here. Rana has been kind of a consistent throughout the entirety of Western Europe, which I'm totally okay with. I'm like to see, he does have his pop-off moments, but it's really not been all that consistent in terms of his pop-off moments compared to the amount of time he's been playing PUBG Mobile. But you got to respect a guy like that who moves from team to team. He wants to make this his dream, and so far he's made it through to a lot of PMPLs, which is already an achievement in of itself. Ruthless now back in is the team that has been steadily climbing the rankings at the moment, and I have been impressed with what I have been seeing. Manu making a massive amount of waves currently in this tournament throughout phase 2, doing very, very good for the rest of his team. Pioneer as well, I think they had some of the highest elimination counts coming through towards the beginning of phase 2, which was absolutely fantastic for them, and not something that we kind of expected, John.
Yeah, it's not really a team that was on the radar, really, to be one of these top contending teams. But right now in the overall standings, Blank, they're 3rd place with 374 overall. They finished 3rd place in phase 1. They're currently 3rd place right now. Is this the bronze team, maybe? They're destined for that 3rd place finish, but either way, they are doing bits.
They absolutely are doing bits, and I think that's the way we have to see it at the moment. I mean, Pioneer, currently so far, we always saw them kind of like that placement point team. And I think that was definitely something that you could say about them in phase 1. They were very, very good at picking up eliminations here and there, but they never really fully committed to anything. And that sounds like I'm dissing them. I'm not. I think that they were very, very good at not fully committing to anything. I think they would just, you know, hurt teams in a way that they weren't happy about at all, take down some of their players, and that would really assist them in the late game. And it was never a case of taking shots towards teams that were too far out of their area of control. It would be a case of just taking shots towards teams that are a little bit too close to them, a little bit too in their face, and they would send them away, and that would give them more space to play around, which would often end up with them with one of the best compounds in the circle, and then they play around with that. Unfortunately, as of recent, we've had some of these very, very good teams like Na'Vi and Ruthless Esports, who are great in gunfights and team fights in general, started to come into a lot of these later circles, and Pioneer have struggled to control them as much as they would have liked.
Potentially. I mean, they finished, I think, 3rd place on eliminations overall last phase. As you know, they are the 3rd place team. That's where they belong. Do Pioneer?
I'd say that.
Sorry? Yeah, well, it's true. Show me where they aren't 3rd place. You know,
I guess like they're not see them belong there. I think they would be happy in 1st place.
Yeah, well, I mean, anyone would be, right? But that it depends on what you're looking at. Are you looking at overalls? Are you looking at only phase play? Because MADBULLS are still about 40 points out in the lead in 1st place on the overall standings.
That's the standard, though.
It's pretty standard. VIRTUS.PRO are on their heels, though, with 406 overall. So it's still a little bit of a gap to make up, especially for VIRTUS.PRO this week, who are not too far behind the leading pack now.
No, with that last game, 29 points, especially with how tight-knit our top spots are currently, 29 points can see you flying up. I mean, just looking at the standings right now, you know, they are in 6th, but above them is Ruthless Esports and MADBULLS and PIONER. 6th place is 138 points. It goes up to 139, 139, 143. So they can easily try and pick up a 3rd place here. It's really only Na'Vi and Unicorns of Love who have sent that flying up towards the top of the tables with 165 and 158. But it is crazy that this 3rd to 6th place spot is so out of tandem than everything else, because you head down to 7th place with TJB, 120 points, and then you head up to 2nd place, 158. So clear about, it's around like 20 points difference between both these positions, which is interesting, but does allow for a lot of room for movement in these top spots.
Certainly does. I mean, we saw the lead that MADBULLS had last week stayed at about 40 for the whole of the second half of it. No one really jumping up to close that gap. But right now, it's a lot tighter, as you say. So a lot to play for, especially those bonus points really going to be on the mind now coming into this next phase. Although dropping 1 placement, honestly, isn't super big of a deal right now, right? It'll be 1 point overall in those bonus points, but they do start to add up. So if you're consistently making it to that top spot, of course, you're going to have a massive advantage. QODEX trying to stop MADBULLS reaching their top spot right now. Will certainly try to. Effect does get the heal off. Now they can answer with a volley of their own. Vito backed off that ridgeline.
MADBULLS in a slightly awkward spot here. I mean, Skills is kind of just have to sit down a bit and just try and take some shots back. Forced into that pro position so he can get the accuracy to send back towards Vito himself. But this is one of those issues where, you know, you're playing on the broad side of the hill. Really, they have to get a single knock here before they can start to send out. Luckily for them, they are quite safe in terms of their positioning with the smokes they currently have. And the blue's not ticking that hard. MONEYKEN's playing all on his own, as per usual. That's Woodson going extremely low. Vito does get taken down by Zerish, but unfortunately in the background it will be MONEYKEN picking up at least 1 elimination onto MADBULLS themselves, which is something they didn't want to see. They could pick up a double here onto Woodson as well as Vito, which will give them some elimination points to play around with. MONEYKEN still sat in the back though, does cause some issues, especially Zerish playing this extremely open spot on the top side.
Oh, Woodson crawling away. Does the point go over to him? I don't think the MADBULLS actually picked up that point. They only got the 1 there, fortunately. Didn't finish off the flush. Knocked to the play zone and then not flushed out by a player. They get a point. That's how it is.
Yeah, just a little bit slow on it. QODEX kind of caused themselves some real self-battery there in terms of their positioning. It's a little bit unfortunate. Back on board with Na'Vi. A lot of these teams been playing outside the blue for a little while, starting to make their way down. Again, this is something that you would expect, especially with such a south playing path, where a lot of these teams want to send north towards their usual drop spots. We know Na'Vi likes to drop towards the Copperia. We weren't really on board with them too long, so they have rotated down now.
We saw their adjustments from last game as well, remember. Na'Vi, they didn't really get caught out in that initial rotation against Big. Maybe they're looking to do the same here, not really take these early fights, keep themselves alive for the late game. Obviously, they got rolled by VIRTUS.PRO in that last engagement, in that last game, but they were as a 4. They were together. It was unfortunate, though, the angles that they held, they were getting shut down from the top of the hill as VIRTUS.PRO rolled up on them. So it was a really sticky spot. But I think the principles that Na'Vi displayed there were good. Hopefully, we'll see them again this match.
Yeah, it was a tough push for VIRTUS.PRO onto Na'Vi. I think the issue that Na'Vi ran into there is that they were just spotted by a lot of different teams, and just purely because of the path that VIRTUS.PRO took up towards them, the amount of smokes that were used, you have that issue where Na'Vi's in a worse spot all the time because they can't really peek too much, purely because, you know, you're getting shot at by other teams, whereas VIRTUS.PRO can keep putting the pressure on just with grenades, which was the main thing that did take Na'Vi down there. And I don't think they particularly expected to have so many teams crunching themselves, but they would have been in a good spot should they have been able to live for a little bit longer. And then the hard shift comes through, a few more teams come up, and a lot of that pressure is alleviated from them, right? Because a lot of the teams are taking shots at those off angles or are looking down to VIRTUS.PRO after they cleared Na'Vi. NEXUS, though, dangerously close to Ruthless Esports, but not showing face just yet, and will be able to just chill on it for the time being.
Team Doom holding out inside and outside there. You saw Zero up the hill for Team Doom, so they have got multiple angles to be getting on with. 4 players this time around for NEXUS. They did all manage to get in. Maybe they'll have better luck than last time. Their engagement with SHOCKWAVE, not ideal. SHOCKWAVE played that one well against them. QODEX with 2 players now, just trying to sneak through these hills, trying to stay alive.
One eliminations isn't really going to see you through it. I mean, that last game did look good from QODEX. I think MONICAN was really able to pull them through a lot of the way, but still 16th place, 56 points. They were 9th place last week with a 194 total point count there. So overall, it's not great for them. They are slowly slipping down those leaderboards. I mean, overalls, they're currently 13th place, which is not where you want to be. Again, everyone's aiming for that 8th place. And as we come to the end of phase 2 now, where we're in our last week of phase 2, you come into phase 3, that's where you want to make that big push to get in towards the top 8. And right now it's looking a little bit scary because those numbers do jump up surprisingly towards those 8th spots, right? Na'Vi was in 5th, but they're starting to fly away with it, 350 points. And 6th place, it drops down about 40 points there to SHOCKWAVE with 314. So I think it's really only those 3 spots of 6th, 7th, and 8th, which is catchable for these teams towards the bottom if they have a very, very good performance over phase 3.
VIRTUS.PRO trading shots with PIONER, but not really finding much more than fear for either of these 2 teams. Both of them looking to potentially just disengage and stay safe from this fight on the eastern side. Southeast side of this circle. Just keep themselves as 4 in this Miramar.
Absolutely. Again, that 8th place is really where you want to be in terms of just getting those points to get to the finals, so you can get 8th place in the finals and go over towards PMGC there, which is the main thing a lot of these people are looking at. But again, getting big points, big money. Some of these teams it's more important than others who have played in the previous PMPL who can get that 1st place spot and pick up the just straight invite to PMGC off of league points alone.
TC gets away from the spray. GetReg not quite able to land the shots. Careens himself into a burnt-out car, but the rest of Na'Vi are there to cover that one off. So nicely done. Na'Vi stay up as 4. Get themselves a little bit of territory. Spread out, cover all bases.
Very typical of Na'Vi here. Kitsune often providing that really nice off angle that they do need. Sometimes comes back to bite them though. I think this is something that Na'Vi do need to really be aware of. It's just that case of being split up too much has caused them problems in the past. However, the amount of problems it's caused them, it's also won a lot of fights for them as well. So it is just one of those, I wouldn't say it was a 50-50, but it's kind of like 70-30 split of like success versus failure rate. But when they do fail on these splits, it is disastrous, right? A lot of times that will just result in a team wipe.
Eastern Stars holding out SHOCKWAVE right now. SHOCKWAVE hold the hills, some of them anyway. Eastern Stars hold the other side of it. No one really pushing into this area. No one really going to contend for this either. So it is just a straight up team v team fight right now. As Kapahara repositions for Eastern Stars, maybe looking to get a forward spot there. Some different angles, cover more ground. Terminus swings out wide and low.
So looking back at some replays here. Obviously, this is where QODEX took a big fall. In terms of QODEX, MONICAN having a very, very soft angle. Game Lord to find some shots over towards XTEAM. Again, this is the team that I was really talking about where it matters more than most. Damn! Nice headshot coming through there from the M24 from Na'Vi over towards VIRTUS.PRO. But for Game Lord, yeah, they really do want to keep putting up those points. They have not been successful a lot recently at all. And Eastern Stars, who we're looking at right now, are hot on their heels in terms of PMGC points. And they've had a decent tournament here in Western Europe, which is kind of topsy-turvy. We expected Game Lord to come into this and continue doing well for a Western European representative. However, it has been Eastern Stars who have been popping off more often than not recently.
NATUS on the forefront. Everyone's going to have to move down south. As the circle does go out that way. Casualties flying left and right at the moment. Big, though, coming up against Team Doom, seem to be taking a pretty big L there and will go down. 16th place, no eliminations either. Cannot push on past on the southwest side into the compound. The predictions come through. Na'Vi for Jason. VIRTUS.PRO for Max Main and MUERTE for Calaris.
Kind of respect the MUERTE pick as well. Again, though, riding the high of VIRTUS.PRO and Na'Vi, you love to see it. Again, that south side that MUERTE is currently holding, quite difficult for all these other teams to approach. Again, that's just the circle hits, that prediction comes through. But again, with this circle, that is fantastic news for MUERTE. They can continue to control. Dadiev has to be really careful, unfortunately, though. I think this is one issue that he will run into, which is where we have seen multiple times that Dadiev has been caught out just a little bit. Though he is one of these players that has been quite aggressive in terms of positioning and sometimes finds some massive, massive success from it. But I'd like to see him just be safe with this spot, especially so many teams towards the north. Again, this is a very similar approach to what VIRTUS.PRO had to do last game, which is controlling a lot of the rotates coming in through the northern side.
Nades over the top towards Terminus. One finds it, but only takes half HP. The other bounces a little bit high and over. Won't quite find all that they're looking for. VIRTUS.PRO move in on the northeastern side. It looks like we're going to some semblance of a mildly urban eastern side circle.
I mean, VIRTUS.PRO has definitely got my vote, that's for sure.
VIRTUS.PRO, that's good.
Similar to the boys on the desk, giving the quick predict that way. Ruthless Esports, though, find some shots over towards XTEAM. Again, just looking at the map, unbelievable amounts of engagements going on over on this side. So dead towards the middle. QODEX finds that little position in the fielded area. It's very unplayable. VIRTUS.PRO now to deal with 4 Romanian men. That car just... what just happened? It went supersonic.
Straight on in, and seems like Rana's going to go straight on in as well. Does look for the flush, but gets knocked in the process. VIRTUS.PRO holding well for now. Get wrecked, will fall, and now it's just Killer. Is low and bleeding out quite fast. I think Killer has been spotted there. Tries to put a nade back in response over towards Tulika, but will get gunned down. As Old Boy is there to pick up as well. Nice stuff coming through from VIRTUS.PRO to hold out on 4, but GameLord might not be so lucky. Hang on a minute, Na'Vi. They crumble again in a team fight. Not good from the top-placed team.
Yeah, well done to GameLord, though. I think that they've been taking that fight for quite a while. They're getting several knocks all over the place and able to quickly finish it out. They are right on the northern side, though, and as soon as they peek over the top, there will be people looking. Then we can see Eastern Stars here. And this is a direct fight between the competitors for the PMGC points. So this is super important. GameLord have to restabilize and try and find some shots back, but it's a nade that heads over the top side. We'll take down at least one. Athis, though, still on the off angles. We'll find some of these players. But GameLord, they're sending right into the 2 players all on their lonesome, and Kapahala's got a lot of work on his hands.
Athis wants to hold out over towards Andy. Has got the angle, but Robs is still right there. And you cannot ignore GameLord pushing on in. 6 eliminations already, and the nades start to pour through. Athis down. Robs does go low and actually does get knocked as well. Keme, potentially going to be able to get away with it, but Kashi gets sideswiped there. And will fall down, not able to get the answer. And there's the flush as well. Eastern Stars doing a lot there. Kapahala, you said he needed to do work, and he absolutely is. That's 2 players flush now from GameLord. There's Victor and Narvalo. A duo going to be moving forwards. Kapahala, though, isn't done just yet. Will find Victor, looks for Narvalo as well, and they are taking GameLord apart piece by piece.
Yeah, almost found Narvalo there too. Narvalo, we know him as the lad that likes to live here on Miramar, but I don't know how much longer he can go for, especially with this circle. It's so open at the moment. VIRTUS.PRO down the side of the ridge face at the moment, so they're going to have a little bit of a tough time getting back up again. Eastern Stars should have oversight onto this. GameLord, I think that all falls down from Rob's really over-aggressive push there. Tries to take down Keme, but immediately gets swiped on the side, like you said. There were smokes available, so I think the rest of the team could have maybe come up. That's a good nade. Now Narvalo has to step up.
Keme not quite able to get all of the damage down that they would have wanted, but they do turn around and go for round 2 as Keme hops out along with Kapahala. And you've got to wonder how long can Narvalo last here. It's going to be real tricky to keep on going. when the nades start to come in. There's the Molotov to stop him being near the front, and it's Kapahala to burn him down. 5 eliminations for the squad. 3 of them in Kapahala's pocket.
Yeah, it's a really, really good molly into the nade over the top coming through. Very coordinated. The molly there to ensure that he can't move forward to send the grenade over the top. But now it's Ruthless Esports coming the side. I don't think they're aware of this position of Eastern Stars. They're a little bit more preoccupied with the players off towards their right, but now they're going to clear it.
Sprays from close. Ruthless again. It's Kemi, but there's a back stop from Old Boy. This ridgeline going to be really hard to move through under his vision. Salazar goes down as well. An excellent spray from Old Boy, just sweeps them off the ridgeline. And VIRTUS.PRO are looking to sweep yet again, Blank. This team is on form today.
Kapahala got loads of those eliminations towards Ruthless Esports, but yeah, it just takes one single spray there through from Old Boy to finish off the remaining players of Ruthless Esports, who looked like they were 4, suddenly they were just 0. And that's Doom. Phantom going down to an explosion on the vehicle. Pioneer once again towards the top of the charts here, still living. They're on one side outside the blue here. It's Havlik at the moment, just outside the circle, looking towards some of these teams. MUERTE still hold a strong spot, but it's outside the zone.
Frosty back behind the smoke, man, not able to get what they were looking for. A mad dash from Team Doom across the open. Makes it to a ridgeline. Can they hold it down? Can they stay safe? In the meantime, get a little bit of a replay there. The spin out up in flames for Havlik, finding Phantom. Team Doom, this is their 2nd time around then. Looks like they're not going to be lucky on that one either, and will fall. MUERTE from the southwest side. The prediction coming through from Calaris. Looking pretty good on the southwest, but VIRTUS.PRO, absolutely the team of the moment. The pressure from Pioneer. Yankee goes down to a spray from Black White in a shack.
Mirdo's getting close. Black White realizes he has to dip now. The rest of the team from MUERTE's trying to take fights with them. That's a single player outside of the zone that gets taken out. Dadaev now moving up towards VIRTUS.PRO's position, but they're going to get into 2 fights at the same time. This is not the best angle for them, and immediately Pioneer does the right thing, drops the smokes, and tries to allow this to happen versus VIRTUS.PRO as well as Pioneer at the same time.
Not too sure about that one, Engush. Goes straight behind the position they knew there were players at. Stops. Completely dead. Unfortunately, gets sprayed down. Now MUERTE down a player. Nades do come through. Striker finds the first. Black White down in the smoke. Not out of it just yet, but again, under pressure. 2 nades going to be popped on out. 1 goes in. Old Boy actually on the flank finds Striker. MUERTE might take up that mantle. VIRTUS.PRO, if they can control this fight, they win right now.
Yeah, difficult now for MUERTE because they need to keep pushing this, specifically with 1 player going down or 1 player going extremely low. MUERTE can't really let up on the pressure too much. MONICAN moves back again. Very much clutch player for QODEX. This is nice to see. Again, these are the guys that are right outside of the field, and they just let a lot of teams sling past them looking for the chicken dinner, but MONICAN's got something less on his mind. He just wants some scraps here, and that's all he wants at all, and that's fine. Just a few points on his hand is good. Already sat in a 3rd place if he goes down now.
MUERTE, they're back up. 3 of them. They're at full fighting force. Not trapped in that ridgeline anymore. With the dominant position in the circle, it's now VIRTUS.PRO's to take. Nade from Striker. Is it going to be long enough? Only finds a little bit. Over towards Old Boy, but they know there's a player there now. Pivotal for VIRTUS.PRO play right now.
So it does put a lot of pressure on the 2 from VIRTUS.PRO up the top side, because has to stay out of sight, out of mind. And it's really just down to Old Boy and Tulika to hopefully finish out this game versus a couple of them, and then MUERTE strike afterwards. And right now, MUERTE is controlling the circle that heads down their way. So VIRTUS.PRO have to move in. Now MUERTE's position becomes all that more important. MONICAN still causing problems here for VIRTUS.PRO.
It's like Old Boy's really quite close, and the nade over the top might give the game away. There is a nade. Puts it a little to the left, unfortunately. It will still put pressure on. There's a nade in response, though, and that one's much better. Old Boy does go down, and MONICAN takes that chance to move forwards into further smokes. Gets spotted, Striker takes him out.
That's lucky VIRTUS.PRO, in fact. Now they give time for themselves to get that player back up on his feet, but already The guys from MUERTE are moving up. They're taking this time to get a little bit more advantage. They're outside the circle as well. And that'll knock Old Boy once again as soon as he gets res. So unfortunate. Mur really has to make something big happen. And I think Flyke maybe knows he's holding off in the back, but it's a 2v3.
Dadaev repositioning towards Striker. Tulika pops up, gets behind the tree just before those bullets start to land. VIRTUS.PRO on 2. So we saw Old Boy going down earlier. We know someone on the desk got their prediction right, but who will it be? Tulika gets up with the blue at the back, needs to keep moving forwards. MUERTE spot one of the players, but it is traded off. Mur finally making his presence known, needs to challenge Striker and win it, will do so. Now last player to go is Dadaev. Needs to get the weapon swap, super low HP for Mur, out in the open, and it's right one bullet to the back. Send it on in, and it will be MUERTE to be able to take down VIRTUS.PRO and take the chicken dinner.
I mean, he was so low there, John, and it was just a case of one breath, one blow on him, and he would have fallen over. But still a really good chance there from it's so unfortunate that Old Boy does go down to that nade from MUERTE, because that could have been a really good engagement for VIRTUS.PRO to actually win and get the back-to-back. But because he gets that nade, those two players are now in a really awkward position. All the information is given across. Striker's able to find that pick over towards MUERTE, so he's no longer a problem on that side of the back for MUERTE. They gather the information on Tulika. They can't get the res either, and VIRTUS.PRO is just basically laid low by that one player in MUERTE, because the entire plan just gets tossed out the window and splats on the floor outside just because of where Mur was playing. I think if they maybe had the lineup there, they would have been able to better deal with it. But again, it's just one of those unknown factors of PUBG Mobile that you can't really predict in those final moments. And VIRTUS.PRO set themselves up for a 3v4, not expecting the other player to be so much in the midst. And Old Boy just quite caught wind of him a little bit too late there.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate, but that's just sometimes how it goes. And VIRTUS.PRO still gets second place, right? With a really solid performance coming off the back of their chicken dinner. Really cool to see this team back in fighting form. Taking it up, though, will be MUERTE to be able to take them down and take the chicken dinner.
Yeah, one person on this desk is going to be exceptionally happy. Go ahead, be happy.
Ha! There you go.
Okay. Well, you know what? Collar's got the prediction right. He's going to go up even further against us when it comes to points. My pick didn't work out whatsoever. And Max, once again, second place. I don't know if we calculated our second place finishes, I think you would be winning hands down here compared to the rest of us.
I think I have more second place finishes guesses than actual chicken dinners, so I think I might have more points if we calculated those for me. But yeah, it was a close one, but at the end, as already stated by Blank there, the nade round to Old Boy, if they're the three players, maybe they have a chance to take the fight, but didn't quite work out. Though Mir, a good attempt there, did able to give himself a decent fight with the low ground and not having any terrain, so it was a valiant effort, but MUERTE were there to close off the game.
Yeah, my pick won the game, but I was saying it towards the end, I'm like, VIRTUS.PRO looks really good. I feel like they should have arguably won the game in the end, but I mean, it is what it is, especially with MUERTE having the correct compound to be able to kind of play this. They should have been able to convert big numbers off the back of this game, and indeed they did. But again, VIRTUS.PRO almost getting it back-to-back, close.
Yeah, you can see 25 points for MUERTE. VIRTUS.PRO, another 18 points. So for VIRTUS.PRO, they've had a fantastic day so far and might be able to challenge the actual top of the leaderboards here. But Pioneer, again, sneak in with 14 points. Like we've talked about this team so many times. They don't seem to really close out games, but they're always there and they're always push themselves into top 5.
Yeah, and their little dip down southwest, not a great position to hold on to, but there were some weird pushes on their location, and they just capitalized on that one, get a few eliminations along the way. And that's the thing with Pioneer. Sure, they do get towards the late game, but I think that we all here potentially want to see Pioneer actually find a way to close off a game. I think it hasn't happened often for them. I'd like to see maybe them able to actually get a win, get a chicken dinner with even more eliminations, but they got there. Good on them. And Doom, your guilty pleasure, Claris, actually making it a little bit further than usual here. Good on them, but is it going to remain that way? I don't think so, but hey, good to see them at least taste a little bit of success in.
They started things off quite nicely in this game with a 4-piece on Big, I think it was, to get very quick eliminations on the board for them. But yeah, still need more conversions.
And speaking of Big, I mean, what's going on, man? 0 points. Like, this is I don't want to hammer on them too much. Maybe just talk about positives, not the negatives, but they have just been so underwhelming this event so far. It's been really, unfortunately, disappointing to see. However, Eastern Stars, we saw earlier on, they had 7 eliminations, I believe it was. We saw, was it Kapahala with the most elims in the match. That's a team we haven't really seen too often lately as well, but they're still showing they can frag out.
That's some actually decent fights in the early/mid game part of this game, but at some point they tried to just sneak their way in between. I think it was in between Gamelord and VIRTUS.PRO. Maybe two teams you don't really want to try and rotate in between those two exact locations, especially because VIRTUS.PRO was in such a good spot with their specific ridge towards those warehouses. So yeah, they tried to push it in, but unfortunately the circle was not very friendly to them and they couldn't quite make it any further. But Pioneer, talking about them and their fragging power, they were just keeping everyone away. If you got remotely close to their spot, they were using those ridges, that terrain, to make sure they were going to be taking shots and clearing that space for themselves. So good on that, but until the very end, it got a little bit complicated. I think they were slowly getting out of resources, making it really hard for them to hold it down, and then they just get pushed on.
Yeah, this itself is a little bit complicated, right? When you got buggies zipping everywhere, running you over, not exactly easy to deal with for Pioneer. But MUERTE, they kind of have to make these moves from the compound that they were in. That nade changed everything, to be honest with you, from MONEYKEN. So QODEX is having a nice day as well overall, but if Old Boy doesn't go down there, they probably, well, he's one alive. If it happens a little bit earlier and they're able to clear him out, then they probably get themselves the res off the back of the fact that the blue isn't pushing them as hard. The fact that the blue just encroaches on that res instantly means that there's no way you can get Old Boy up in that situation.
Yeah, a little unfortunate for them at the very end there with MONEYKEN actually ruining their day. But to be fair for QODEX, you know, they're doing fantastic today. We haven't seen, I know we talked about the end of the last match, but we haven't really seen them show up like this in quite a while. And MONEYKEN as well was one of the players we were really laserly focused on considering his performance in the first couple of days. And they're starting to finally come back. And I asked you guys the question, you know, I'm curious what teams are going to be able to step up with that extended break we had of a week. And it seems like QODEX might be one of those teams. And maybe they're showing that first day wasn't necessarily a fluke here, Max.
Yeah, I think that especially when you look back on that first game on Erangel, it was a good idea the way they were holding on to that potato hill position with that 2-2 split. Sure, it does hurt them to actually get the win. It's really hard to do it in that kind of position. But yeah, I think there's been some improvements, at least when it comes to their macro mechanics and how they rotate around the map. So good on them. Can they keep it up though? When you see VIRTUS.PRO being consistent, right? Navi's been a little bit slow, but I think they're going to be back in the swing of things eventually. So it's tough to remain on top, but if they can do it here, I think it does show some pretty significant improvement for the team.
I will say, Jason, that their blast send through to the center of this circle is what kind of got them high in this game. Like, if that doesn't work out, then, well, firstly, if where they blast to and send is occupied, then they're done. There's no way that they're going to be able to breach onto where they tried to. So it was a little bit fortunate, I think, in this game that they got themselves that blast through, then ended up center, and then were able to play from there.
Well, I think for them in particular, Kolaris, as I was like thinking back on it, how many times this like last week or this last first 3 days of phase 2 have we seen them be eliminated early in the match, or like MONEYKEN gets overwhelmed by players and like nades himself on accident or something? It wasn't very often we saw them actually progress and get through the early game into like the mid to late game that often.
Oh, definitely. And at least, I mean, maybe this is a bit of a lifeline to help them kind of get a good foothold on the next couple of games, right? Like these 2 games allow them to move on a bit stronger into the next games, maybe. But not as strong as DeMorte and VIRTUS.PRO, maybe. Ouch.
Yeah, I wanted to actually take a look at this head-to-head because obviously DeMorte won, but VIRTUS.PRO were just slapping teams. I mean, that just seems to be what they do best.
Yeah, I mean, especially versus MONEYKEN, they got an easy 4-piece on them. That was by the way, on the warehouse when they were holding that position, VIRTUS.PRO, that was the weirdest push we saw coming out from MONEYKEN. They were just sending it one by one in different locations, and because of how the warehouses are like positioned, you got multiple angles created for VIRTUS.PRO, so it's so hard to breach, especially if you don't have that synergy for MONEYKEN. So that was the easiest 4-piece they could have ever gotten, in my opinion. Only get one player knocked, instantly res up, and then they have access to that ridge, which is I would say the game-making opportunity for them. If the ridge is in play until the very end, there's a chance for them to close off that game with a win, but the moment they're pushed over that ridge, it gets complicated. They get all the lines of sight, and they just get beamed down from multiple angles.
Once again, though, for VIRTUS.PRO, it kind of bears a strong showing in terms of chasing into the circles and then finding a location to be able to play from it. They're very, very strong in these past 2 games when it comes to being able to patiently know when and where to move, and I think that's gonna pay dividends in the long run compared to, oh, we got a circle, we're playing things out, because being tested like this as VIRTUS.PRO is quite a difficult challenge.
Yeah, and I think they're becoming that VIRTUS.PRO name that they have in another title in particular. But let's actually take a look at our total damage in the last match here, just get an idea of how the other teams did. I was kind of curious to see like where Eastern Stars would rank up against the rest of the teams here. Again, we had 5 eliminations for the Warlord himself. They only actually got 1,100 damage done, so at least converting things properly. But to MUERTE, I mean, if we look at conversion rate, like that's pretty fantastic. For 1,400 damage and 10 eliminations, they have to be happy with that.
And they were sweeping a lot of the time from the south, right? As you said already earlier, Kailash, they were the only team in the south the moment you create that space, and they had a little bit of a higher ground compared to many others. You're just going to be able to beam down the competition against you. So yeah, really good conversion rate for them. Every single fight they took, I think, lasted just a few seconds. You can maybe think about that fight versus Pioneer. They sent one player, unfortunately, I think it was Ingush. They lose Ingush instantly in that push. I think a little bit unfortunate. He was serving as like that sacrificial lamb, but the moment they know, okay, a team is there, they push it, finish the fight in I think what was 10 to 15 seconds, and then they instantly take those angles. So yeah, I think MUERTE is shown here, clear mark that they can actually close off game. That was a question I had initially, and it seemed like they couldn't do it here, so good on them.
What's important as well is that they were holding off from the south, but they didn't, like, the compound that they have free in the center of the circle, they didn't send everyone there straight away. They sent Daraev there, and then from that point on, they're still having 3 on the boundary of the circle at the south, and then later on, after they know that nobody's coming in, then they all move into that compound. So important play to make sure you've got your backs clear.
Well, the problem is we're not going into Sanhok here, our only Sanhok of the day, and we know how crazy things can get. I'm not sure which group's going to be out necessarily, but we always tend to look towards that northwestern island, to look towards the likes of Na'Vi, Big, Eastern Stars, if MADBULLS are going to rotate in. But imagine if Na'Vi are playing, we're going to see that, I would imagine that standard trifecta play that they've kind of transitioned to, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a strong spot, strong play.
Okay, well, you know, let's actually see what's going to happen here. We're going to throw it back to our commentators for the 3rd match of the day.
We're going into Sanhok. We'll see if that trifecta rotation is going to be enacted. Thank you very much to the guys over on the desk. We are ready to get into the jungle yet again.
We are indeed, John. And I can confirm that Na'Vi is playing this match. So I'm excited. I'm ready to go. I think, you know, that confluence compound could come into effect. But to be fair, the amount of northwest shifts we've had on these circles, there's a real opportunity that, you know, they're just going to stay on the mountain, bro. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. It might happen. I'm praying for another northwest shift because the players hate it. It's the best.
It's really brutal when you get those hard shifts for everybody on that eastern island to cross, and everyone on that south island as well. It is really, really tricky. But the plane is in the sky, so we're going across fairly central Sanhok, as we always say. It's just, you can get everywhere all the time. The plane path really doesn't matter all that often.
I mean, with this one coming over towards the north side, it does make things a little bit easier for Na'Vi to get set up and get going, essentially, early on in the game towards that northwest island. It's useful for them, just particularly not getting knocked early on by a team that plays on this side. Eastern Stars usually like to head up towards that east side compound on that side of the map. So I think for the northwest island, if we do get a northwest shift, it does cause like real chaos, because you do slightly have this issue where a lot of these teams who are playing the northwest island, suddenly you're having a battle for a chicken dinner between those players in particular. So that is the main problem. So maybe a center circle like this one, thank you, would be very, very useful to some of these teams to perhaps get some more points on this map. Game Lord already starting stuff off strong versus Kapahala here, immediately taking shots towards that team, getting some revenge from that last match.
VIRTUS.PRO also in a little bit of a scuffle with Death Machine right now. This is very close to danger right now. How close? Well, he's going to find out in a minute, because there's 3 players from VIRTUS.PRO. There's backup from 1 player from Death Machine close by, but I think this has got to be curtains. Unless you can find some miracle shots here, it's really not going to go your way. Eastern Stars eliminated in a very early fight over on the northwestern side of that main island against Game Lord. This is really big news, actually, for teams like Na'Vi and Big, because that's so many less players to worry about on that northern side if they want to swing that way.
Slight problem as well. Yeah, you're right there, John. It's going to be a bit more difficult for some of these teams to play around that. For VIRTUS.PRO, obviously they didn't have the same issue there as Game Lord, in which case they took that fight They had 1 elimination and remained as 4 members. For Game Lord, though, I think this is a case where you would most likely still try and control this bridge from players like Na'Vi or Big, who might move up towards this way, but down to 3 early on. Kind of a problem, but not too much so, because they have cleared themselves a lot of space towards this northwest side of the map. With 4 eliminations, you're already happy with that start of the game.
Na'Vi going to be dropping down south, though. So hopefully going to avoid that little blockage, that little kerfuffle over on the northern side. Death Machine still getting unlucky. Unicorns of Love spot their player, take him down, and they are just getting death by 1,000 cuts here.
Yeah, Death Machine slowly but surely starting to fade away here in this game. I think the problem right now is that they've continued to play this split time and time again. And you'd imagine that TJB is getting a little bit sick of this split as well, considering they know exactly what they tend to be going for. Hamodi on his loadsome on the rock side. I wonder if TJB are just going to start regrouping again. Again, playing this weird line along this side of the map. Luckily for them, I think this is a game where they can pull it off. I'm hoping that this is analysis and homework that's been going through the minds of TJB, where, you know, they're playing this split only when you have enough teams that aren't here in particular. We're watching this fight now once again between Game Lord and Eastern Stars. It's just a full brawl fest within these buildings, and Game Lord just take the fight to them. Very aggressive, very confident there as well.
And Game Lord actually go all the way across to Hartin now, Blank. They have crossed to that western side. Not holding out that bridge, or I suppose they are by proxy. They'll be spotting any players that go that way. Na'Vi regroup down south. Death Machine still very, very split. Ultra and Hamodi very far away from one another, the last 2 players standing for the squad. Take Aim Gaming, they've sent on through as well. They normally drop around Ruins and Tambang. They have made their way across to the main island, past QODEX, and ahead of the queue there.
Yeah, with Central Circle like this, I don't mind this kind of play from Take Aim Gaming. A lot of times they have got kind of stuck towards Ruins a few times with the amount of teams that play Painan and then Na'Vi getting through here to the Confluence compound, essentially just slipping through their fingers. I think it's not worth it for them to play towards Ruins because they could get sideswiped by both Big and Na'Vi at the same time. So taking this immediate rotation, actually smart from Take Aim Gaming. Unfortunately for Take Aim Gaming, they just really haven't been putting up the massive performance that I could really talk about them too much in these games. 16th place overall. It's a bit of a doozy for them so far. However, QODEX, on the other hand, are having pretty decent games, I would say, the past 2 at least. And having full control over Painan for once in their lives has allowed them to get into a decent position up the hillside to get some information going. They will have to worry about a team like Na'Vi, who is very, very close to them currently, and are also just scouting out, seeing what players they can make out off in the distance.
QODEX further down the hill are looking out north and will be aware of Na'Vi's presence on that south of Boot Camp Hill. Looking at possible conflicts in the next couple of minutes, I'm thinking Game Lord and Unicorns of Love could come into contact with one another if they try and move down south. If Unicorns of Love head out to the west side, Big as well are going to have to find their route of ingress, potentially swimming over. We've seen that a couple of times towards those boot camp areas.
Luckily for them, I mean, with Ruins being completely free, there's no reason not to head down that way. But in typical fashion, they're a little bit worried about heading over that top bridge. So you're right, John, maybe even just swimming is a good idea for them between the Northwest Island and the small crossing that you can get towards boot camp. I'm not sure there's a lot of teams looking out that way right now. And heading up towards that northeast side, again, not entirely beneficial towards them, just because Eastern Stars and the Game Lord holding on that side as well. Big will be aware of this. They know these 2 teams like the back of their hands. So I think that, you know, dropping down towards Bridgeside or water crossing, both not bad ideas here.
Options, choices, but will the right one be made? TJB, fairly central, a reformed heel strat team, I'd like to say, for TJB.
It's not worth it for themselves anymore, really.
Exactly. Yeah, people are outstripping them on it. They had to change something.
It's good though. I'm glad that a lot of teams are no longer doing this anymore, purely because there's no real reason to go for the heal strat, because you're not looking for that 16th place anymore all the time. You're looking for those points towards the finals. And if you can keep putting up reasonable results and getting in the top 16 to get to the finals anyway, the only time you'd really want to consider going for those heal strats is maybe the last 3 games of day 3, right? That's where it's really important. Maybe on the day where you have the double Sanhok, you go for some heal strats to squeak out any points that you can, and that really only comes into effect if you're maybe, you know, 14th, 15th, or 13th place, or even 16th place in that case. But I would probably want to be a little bit more aggressive to hold on to that spot. But that's where it really does come into effect, and this is where I like a heal strat to be, right? Where it's tactical, but it's not something you do every game. It's specifically for one scenario where those points are just a type of way of holding on to a position within the overall rankings.
It is a consistent point scorer, right? You're not looking for those standout games, and you more often than not don't get them with it. But yeah, I like it. I like that. I like that outlook. XTEAM on the south, still not really having much of an impact into today's games. No QODEX reform coming through from our bottom placing team right now, and still just not quite able to get those openings that they were looking for.
Unicorns Love, I'm glad that we moved towards this team, because I did want to talk about it very briefly, because so far they have been fairly decent on Sanhok overall. And this is just a case of moving through the map and closing off angles and pushing people into awkward positions around the map itself. Ultra still up here, did move down from Mong Knight earlier on. Maybe might be able to get a quick spray down, especially with the way these two players are playing. You know, you can feel him revving up towards it. If they're going to run along this wall, there's a real chance. IC moving into the mix, though, you are more likely going to get refragged, and finally they move into the building. Ooh, scary stuff there, John.
Frightening. It's not quite Halloween just yet. Still got a week or 2 to go. Looks like they are going to try and play a little bit spooky. Ultra caught out by the rocks, not really giving the game away just yet. And Unicorns Love all mount up in the same vehicle. You know how much I don't like this? You know how much everyone doesn't like this? Generally a bad idea, especially if you don't know if there's teams around.
This is one of the situations where it's slightly dangerous. They are taking it very slow, though. You hear that by the vehicle, moves away from the compound and into open ground. Now they start to speed up. This is tactical. They don't want to make too much noise. Unfortunately, on the other hand, if Ruthless Esports making a ton of noise, and Old Boy will spot this, provide the information back to the team, will request backup now.
I don't know, man. He's got hard cover right now. Not a wall. But this man, he's a terror. Ruthless. Not the easiest team to take on, though. And taking shots towards Manu with the off angle already exposed towards Ruthless's position is a bit of a risk there for Old Boy. Does get humbled just that little bit back behind the rock. Manu looks for the angle over onto Tulika. I think they know that he's at this tree, but the smokes start to bloom here for Ruthless. Focus. Suppressing fire. Will actually take the shots over towards Tulika and get that knock. VIRTUS.PRO gonna have to reposition.
Yeah, this is a great challenge here for VIRTUS.PRO. They will have to immediately get towards Tulika, because he's bleeding out very fast. And unfortunately, with a couple of tags up the hill, that will be Tulika going out. Old Boy similarly in a very, very awkward spot here. Had to drop a lot of smokes and maybe get back to cover. This is nice from Ruthless, and you almost imagine that this is something they've done their homework on, and instantly Ulysses goes for a re-peek and a re-angle, and now Yankee's going down too. It's all falling, crashing down around VIRTUS.PRO here, John.
Ruthless Esports, they've stood up this phase, Blank. They have been the standout resurgence performer coming through and really starting to ramp up the pressure, and to do it against a team like VIRTUS.PRO, who are on form today. This is good stuff coming through from Ruthless Esports. Excellent result to be able to just take them down in a long-range, controlled fight.
Yeah, it's really, really well set up as well. And again, I'll say that I think that Ruthless Esports definitely expected this play coming through from the guys from VIRTUS.PRO. Na'Vi, on the other hand, they lose one player in Kitsune, so their top off-angle specialist now down, was playing in the warehouses, and Big made that water crossing you talked about earlier and definitely caught the guys from Na'Vi off guard. Usually it's Eastern Stars who move up and play against Game Lord on that top side, or they go down very, very early on to them. And on the other hand, it's usually Big who's challenging Take Aim Gaming down towards Ruin, so a very, very big change of pace here for Big, which certainly, if I was Na'Vi, this would catch me off guard as well.
QODEX, XTEAM, close, PNL. Gets spotted, sprayed down by Beg for Mercy. Take the flush as well. MUERTE close by. It's an outside on the rock, and XTEAM do have a really solid surround position right now onto QODEX. With 3 players alive as well, QODEX gonna struggle to get away from this.
It's not too bad for them, especially with XTEAM being right on the edge of Quarry, which allows QODEX to just kind of sit here for a little bit longer. Both players pull the pin.
Not quite getting much damage on either, unfortunately. But the positions are known now, and MUERTE wants to reposition, wants to gain that advantage back, but he's opened himself to the broad side of that warehouse, and there is oversight still from XTEAM, who are just continuing to put this punishment down.
This is the furthest we've seen QODEX get out of Painan before, so maybe they're a little bit rusty on Sanhok. I hate to say it, but sometimes it's true. In the meantime, Take Aim Gaming's immediate rotate across Ruins and Bridge of Painan has worked out massively for them, especially with this circle that has shifted down. They're right in the central circle. This is the Crossroads compound underneath Boot Camp. And Big's still swinging on the ridge side, on the cliff face at the moment. So Na'Vi need to figure that one out. Mir does go down. That's VIRTUS.PRO out very, very early on.
I mean, they needed a little bit of a break there, Blank. They've been back-to-back games for the last 2. In it all the way until the end for both instances. They can go and get themselves a snack and a drink, can't they? Get themselves refreshed for the next.
Yeah, quick Colaris biscuit there for them.
Ooh.
And then back to business.
And a Max Man Monster.
And a Max Man Monster. That's what it's all about. Ultra goes down for Death Machine. Pretty sure these 2 players now known. Modi would love to get that player back up again. Having 2 is just quite nice because you can take certain crossfires in smaller compounds. And in this early in the game, I know I say early, it's 14 minutes, but this is still quite early. Getting towards those last parts of the game where there is just a few compounds available, it'd be really nice for Death Machine to have 2 players, but so wary of going for this one. For Romanian men, on the other hand, do take down 1 player from Unicorns of Love. Very typical rotation from Unicorns of Love as well, directly down on the eastern side. But for Romanian men, catching 1 off guard early does hamper things a little bit, especially with the blue at their back. Nice rotate from Zerish. We'll take down the final player of Death Machine, even though 0 eliminations. So some underhanded gameplay from TJB earlier.
Unicorns of Love have been spotted by Get Wrecked, but Icy avoids the spray. Gets back behind cover, Rollkiss, repositioning behind Get Wrecked. Just misses the shots. Cover found behind the tree, and Rollkiss now in danger. Takes a bullet. Doesn't go down just yet. Has time to first get this one through, and Get Wrecked makes the sprint for the zone.
Goes the stims. We'll be needing them where he's going. Unicorns of Love in a very, very sticky position. No vehicle to be seen either. So they just have to drop the smokes and hopefully go over the top side. This might be a case of moving through the bridge in Quarry, but either way, here on forwards for Unicorns of Love, it is going to be really difficult. 1 first aid kit on the side of Rollkiss. Alawi on the floor. Rollkiss has to spot this.
He doesn't, unfortunately. Will get flushed out very, very snappy. Unicorns of Love, I don't think they get away from this one. I don't think they're going to make this, Blank.
Yeah, I mean, the best case scenario, they get into Quarry. But even then, once you're in there, it's a death trap again.
Ruthless trading off. They convincingly won the VIRTUS.PRO fight. Now they're picking apart QODEX as well. So Ruthless still there. Hang on a minute. MUERTE with a nade. correctly placed. There's a whole group of players. If he gets it in through this balcony, in through the open skylight, they're not quite going to find the damage that they were looking for, but the nades are going to keep on going through. That one finds some damage, but Ulysses is still alive there.
Yeah, he'd already pumped the first aid kit, but again, that's going to be hurting the utility. And MANICAN's got a tall task ahead of him. The 1v3, Woodson trying to make his way over as fast as possible. You can see it in the back there, bunny hopping in over the hillside. But now MANICAN just has to send away. Hopefully, with the backup of Woodson on the angle on the top side, will assist his retreat.
They are slightly trapped on the inside. He knows there's only 2 angles. He needs to cover off. Finds 1, finds 2. First aid immediately. Knows that the off angle is most likely. Ruthless will not be able to escape here. MANICAN has held them at arm's length for QODEX, and Ruthless suffering. Both of them bleeding out. Only the one player now left standing. MADBULLS double prediction and a Na'Vi from Maxman to mix it up.
Fortunately for Na'Vi, they're currently getting bitten by the guys of Game Lord. Unicorns of Love, Crypto, nice nades over towards XTEAM, and have made their way across with 3. And they really needed those eliminations as well because they were extra short on medical supplies. I wouldn't be surprised to see in the elimination feed very, very soon one of these players to go down to either a player or even just the play zone itself.
Nade cooked there for MANICAN. That's on the money.
Later.
Doesn't even look. Runs away, fades it, and MANICAN absolutely brutalizes Ruthless Esports in the compound.
I think that doesn't happen unless he has the help of Woodson on the top side. Really locked Pocus into position. Nade's going the top towards Big, and that's a good amount of damage onto them already from Narvalo.
Keeping that pressure up, keeping them going. Players are low from Big. The nade bobbled there. Not ideal, not quite right. But on this side of the circle, they will have to move even further. Everybody now looking the way of Big, it seems. This Game Lord might not even have to do too much here. Just keep that pressure up.
Double MADBULLS prediction. It makes sense as well, especially with the position they're currently holding. So much space available towards themselves. Na'Vi chiming in to the fight between Game Lord and Big. Look to pick up some points at least.
Top of the hill still occupied by Big, but they are on broadside if they try and leave it down. You see just how difficult that is to make. Na'Vi moving through. They have only got a duo, but it seems like they're operating with fairly strong confidence here, Blank.
Really good stuff. It was lucky that Game Lord able to get that final elimination onto them as well for Big. That meant that Na'Vi was able to pick up 2 of those eliminations right off the bat. MADBULLS, though, on a really, really good spread. Problem is, if they do lose one player, they're going to have to regroup very, very quickly. Arabian Champions currently with 4, but very, very close-knit together. And MUERTE is just sending in right behind them, leaving Dariev out in the blue to heal. Striker immediately gets cut down on his approach.
Yeah, still, it's Take-Aim Gaming holding from their compound. They haven't left just yet. It's been such a stronghold for them. You can imagine why they might be fond of it. Meku down in the meantime. Tixi now last player for Na'Vi. Meku bleeds out in the zone. ARB moving. MUERTE moving. Take-Aim Gaming, they're starting to move as well. They are leaving it finally, but finding the player out in the open will get the spray down. Take-Aim Gaming, though, they're caught up in the fray, trying to stay alive. Na'Vi finally have attention turned their way and will be eliminated. 7 teams remain.
5 elims, though, still not too bad for Na'Vi, but they need to keep putting up these points if they want to stay on the podium. TJB with 2, that's GK first and Lin, the OGs right now, but Lin getting taken down by, obviously, the guys from MADBULLS who are top side. Right now, this split from MADBULLS is dangerous. And obviously, with Effect now being slowly pushed upon by the 2 players of Game Lord, this could get very, very dangerous very, very quickly.
MADBULLS trying to be the molasses men, slowing everyone down. Take-Aim Gaming, there's no way they can make that. ARB cut that one out. And on the south side, there's now less threat for MADBULLS. Effect holding out against Game Lord, though, fairly effectively. 1v2, Victor already down, and now it's just Akashi probably looking to heal here, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it was an extremely important knock there coming through from Effect. You can see why this lad is the MVP. Akashi unlikely to make his way outside that building. And this is incredible control from MADBULLS with the split they currently have. Now Arabian Champion's going to make things a little bit more precarious. They are downside of the hill, and with one knocked that they can't really pick back up again. MADBULLS to provide information back there with Zerish, who is their main scouter. Holding the top side at the moment. Lin still going for TJB. We'll have to hit back behind Rock for just a little while longer.
Popping utility over towards them. But Lin does get that heal off. Another nade up towards the back of the Rock there. Lin goes down, GK first, super low. And that's going to be it for TJB on the eastern side. MADBULLS rebuffed just a little bit on that forward push, but they do get the res off. Zerek heals on up as well. And now ARB putting a lot of nades into the TJB position. Might be a little bit down on their luck.
I mean, this is just, this should be just a one game from MADBULLS. The amount of times that they've been able to hit some really good shots and then regroup from their massive splits that they've pulled off marvelously in the meantime. This should just be the win for them. With Arab Champions stuck in an awkward spot here, Molotov's utility has to be huge. Effect takes the swipe and will slow down the approach of the team, which is extremely important.
Suppresses that off angle, and now it's a three-player swing here from ARB, but they are just having no impact on the MADBULLS whatsoever. They take it fully in their stride blank, and now it is going to be a matter of time before Dadaev from MUERTE dies out in the blue zone with 5 first aids that will count down, but the MADBULLS dominate in the circle.
Yeah, really, really well fought out game for MADBULLS. I mean, it's still just a case of extreme confidence on their side. It's like the Knights rolling into the village here. There's not much the guys can do versus against them because they are just looking so strong. I mean, just the angle that Effect took on top of the building was so incredibly pivotal to that game. The fact that he doesn't go down, and again, they hear the fight between TJB and Arabian Champions. In that time, they pick up Zerish to make it into a 4v4. I don't know, man. MADBULLS really were on the ball this game, and this is kind of the MADBULLS that we were expecting to see more out of, which is lovely to see.
Excellent comeback into the second part of this phase and keeping them in the conversation, right, towards that top spot. They started this game on 4th place with that chicken dinner. Na'Vi going down a little bit early. Unicorns of Love. Pioneer not playing in this game as well. It's going to be really good news for their strikeout towards the top of these tables.
Yeah. I mean, MADBULLS definitely needed that one to come online. Again, it's just that case of you see MADBULLS, and they're a team that knows what they're doing. With the crazy split they were taking as well, I mean, they held so much of the space on that northern side. And again, it's just a case of every single player on that team is so confident in themselves. And again, Zerish, yeah, he doesn't go down because he places himself in a position where he's able to get information and push those two teams, the TJB and Arabian Champions, closer together, whilst the rest of the team is able to regroup. So Zerish, although does get knocked very early on by TJB, really does clinch that game a little bit for them. Doesn't allow TJB or Arabian Champions to get up into position early on, whereas the rest of the MADBULLS are not in the spot to take that engagement. It's just fantastic gameplay overall from MADBULLS.
Yeah, absolutely. They played that, I think, as well as anybody could do, and maybe that split was a little bit risky, but it paid off in the end. Everybody was able to do their part and take the MADBULLS to a chicken dinner to put them back in the conversation.
Yeah, great to see MADBULLS take themselves a victory, but personally, I feel like a couple teams a little bit robbed there. Arab Champions, we talked about before, as well as TAG. I mean, they had like pretty much center zone, and then whoop, the zone went straight to MADBULLS, and we instantly were all like, all right, well, this is a free point for Kalaris and myself.
That's right. Thank you very much, Jason. Big high fives all around, apart from to Max, who lost. And yeah, another point on the board. But I think overall, MADBULLS, if, Max, you were saying it whilst we were in the break, if you give them a circle like that, it is hands down going to be a MADBULLS win. There's no way they're going to let that go. I was a little bit concerned once teams were coming in from multiple angles, Game Lord's kind of coming across the road, Akashi kind of gets across, but then is still held out regardless. And then, yeah, as soon as Arab Champions tries to push on up, they're just too clumped. They're too together to try and make that push up the hill against them.
And they just keep performing every single time, right? You have Zerish and also Effect performing there, and they were currently first and second place respectively for that race to MVP. They're not going to budge from that position. I can tell you right now, there's a high chance they're going to be there at the end of this second phase, and another 11 eliminations on top of it. Sure, they're given a circle, but what's important is what they do with those circles, right? And this is a team that can close off games. Many other teams I was in this lobby, give them a circle like that, they fumble, they do mistakes, they lose the game. MADBULLS do not give anything away. They don't give room for mistakes away, and they just take it off with 26 points. So yeah, MADBULLS are still on top, and they're not budging anytime soon.
Well, MUERTE still getting 12 points, obviously with the heal off out of Adadev, I believe. They're at the very end, getting them second place. QODEX as well, getting themselves 8 points. And QODEX has somehow been able to really step up today, being consistent here in towards the top of the table.
Yeah, decent amount of points coming in, it does seem for them. So of course the question is, can they remain like this for the rest part of the second phase, of course. But yeah, definitely some improvements in Monaco, especially being up there a little bit longer. So good on them.
I think the surprising thing is seeing TJB play so high, considering the split they had at the very beginning of the match, right? I think we were watching that and we were a little bit concerned because they had so many other teams around them, at least when it came down to the top duo. But somehow they were able to regroup and still put a massive amount of points on the board.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of an oddity for them. Though Eastern Stars, we saw the early game push, right? Eastern Stars dropping on Game Lord's position, knowing that Game Lord dropped in that spot and they could have gone to Heart-In instead. I'm a little bit confused. I don't know if you were too, Kalaris, but I think that the Eastern Stars just go in Heart-In and just don't go to the west because you know Big are there. Just play in Heart-In, loot that spot, then leave. You don't need to like go all over the place. So yeah, a bit weird for Eastern Stars to do that move.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. We'll take a look at the highlights. It makes me think back to the PMGC race almost to a degree about points and how they're having to put them on the board to try and catch up to where Game Lord is. But I mean, beyond that, I don't really have too many other thoughts as to why that might be the case. It's an interesting one.
It can't be that, right? At least
it's a flex, yeah. It's weird.
Yeah, it's like, why would you ever... I mean, I can understand trying to focus a team down so you can try to catch up, but the fact is Eastern Stars have been playing well and have surpassed them anyways.
Yeah.
And if you're not able to beat them head-to-head like this, then there's no point even trying for it. You have to hope some other team can take them out.
The main issue right now for the race to PMGC is Game Lord is not your competition right now. If I would say if you're Eastern Stars, you got to be careful because in the first 3 days of this second phase, RUTHLESS actually overtook Big's position, so they're in third currently, and they're closing that gap with Eastern Stars. So Eastern Stars, if you take that risk to try and overtake Game Lord that way, sure, it's a smart plan, but if you fail, which is what they did here, you're giving a massive opportunity to RUTHLESS to overtake your second spot. So Eastern Stars, sure, the idea is there, but the execution did not follow through, and then they're taking a massive risk for their spot in second place here.
Yeah, a risk indeed, but you know what? In the end, Sanhok has been finished off, and it was the one Sanhok we have today, and obviously the next 2 days we'll have double Sanhoks. But I want to take a look at actually MADBULLS, I believe in their player stats here really quickly, because again, I want to see who was really standing out for them individually. We know Effect is leading when it comes to the MVP race overall in the event, as we touched on earlier in the day, and it will be actually Zeric. Okay, so great to see him yet again able to, I think he's second, if I'm not mistaken, actually in the race to MVP, still go for that race against his teammate.
Yeah, I think it will be difficult to still catch up to Effect regardless, but Zeric has been the guy that has been consistently there, and if Effect's doing well, generally the entirety of MADBULLS is doing well, so they'll probably kind of level pegging for quite a while, with Effect still kind of eking out that advantage at the first. But the interesting thing about this circle is that with them coming in on the northeast side of all of this, we've actually seen this circle quite a lot of times, Max, and I feel like MADBULLS generally has a pretty good approach to it.
Yeah, it's a good high ground position. You have a lot of information on the teams playing in that valley position, also the trifecta if you do want to make that rotation happen. So yeah, we've seen it quite often. I think a lot of teams have now been able to adjust to how it's going. But hey, Zerish, if you want to go for MVP, no, just misclick a nade, no, on Effect. Like, oh, so I'm sorry, bro. I guess I get all the Olymps.
I like that.
That sounds like griefing to me, to be honest. I guess it's one way to go about it. Hey, if you really want the $1,000, you know, feel free. Let's take a look at our overalls, though. We're halfway through the day. We're past halfway through the day, and I actually want to check in to see where teams currently stand because we have had MADBULLS step up today as well as VIRTUS.PRO.
That's quite a catch-up as well for MADBULLS. I mean, they came in today with, what, 131 points, I think it was, whilst Na'Vi has only put 7 points on the board so far in these couple of games. So for MADBULLS, this is an extreme step up, and I don't think they're going to take this line down. But I think what is very clear here is we are seeing the absolute supreme strength, Max, of the new region coming in. Na'Vi, MADBULLS, VIRTUS.PRO, PIONER, MUERTE, all up here looking to gun for the top spots.
Yeah, I mean, the moment they started getting heated up, right, I already stated it many times, they're not going to budge. They're going to remain on this kind of path. And yeah, I mean, Unicorns of Love is the only one that's really holding a torch to these teams in some way, shape, or form. Ruthless also, but I wasn't sure, can they keep it up in the second part of this second phase? Seemed like right now they haven't found any success. TJB's falling off. Like, we're just going to see purely teams from the new, from the old region making it up on the first page. So
this is the European regionals from last season when it was just all Turkish teams. It's almost basically all CIS teams in the top here. VIRTUS.PRO as well, by the way. They were at 8th place at the start of the day. They've gotten over 50 points on the day so far and have moved up to 4th. Fantastic to see them have such a stellar performance as well.
Yeah. Obviously, I mean, we've seen so far what we saw. We saw VIRTUS.PRO win, a MUERTE win, a MADBULLS win. If we get a Na'Vi win now, because they can't win the last game because they're in Group A and they're not playing, it's the perfect day for the region, for them. It's a bit crazy day.
You can see here down the rest of the list here. I mean, Death Machine, Big, For Many Men, XTEAM. I think XTEAM were bottom of the table when it came to last phase. I was expecting a little bit more of them on the, I think the first couple of days to actually XTEAM did decently well, but have yet to really, I guess, hit their stride and climb up the leaderboards. And a little bit unfortunate for them, but again, someone does have to be at the bottom of the leaderboard at the end of it all. But gentlemen, let's learn a little bit more about MADBULLS here really quickly, because we have about 1:20 left to begin to the next match. Let's learn a little bit more about them and then head into our 4th match of the day.
Coming in place of Penta is another superpower, MADBULLS. They're a fairly new banner to the PUBG Mobile esports circuit, yet the team has already built quite the reputation with their awe-inspiring performance in the PMPL European Championship Season 1. Their 3rd place finish opened the doorways to the global stage of PMGC 2021 West. Although the team failed to leave a mark there, MADBULLS is surely going to bring quite the impact on the battlegrounds of Western Europe. On the MADBULLS roster, we have Monkey helming the role of the captain. Accompanying him are Zerek, Skills, and Effect, who bring their own key traits to make the squad a well-balanced force. On the battlefield, Team MADBULLS tends to see each obstacle individually and come up with decisive strategies to solve them on the move. So there's no way to predict how they're going to react beforehand. Furthermore, these players already come with experience of prevailing against the best of Europe. Can they set themselves up for another shot at PMGC? The top contenders of Western Europe stand in their way. Watch them go rumbling once again at PMPL Western Europe Fall 2022.
Oh, there we go. MADBULLS are certainly giving it to the top title contenders as well this time around. They still sit clean in the lead on the overalls by quite a way now, and they are very, very much gunning for that top spot. 2nd time in a row. Could we be seeing, Blank, the ascendancy to the fabled 80 bonus point start to the finals for this MADBULLS team?
I mean, there's certainly a potential there for them, isn't there, really? With the current points that they're sat with, you know, it's getting a little bit scary for some of these other teams. I mean, MADBULLS, yeah, maybe they don't have four chicken dinners overall. It doesn't matter to them as long as they're putting up those numbers consistently and they're getting themselves towards the top of the standings. That's fine. Phase 1, that's pretty much all they did, is that they had some pop-off days and then they were just pumping out the numbers like a factory other than that, which is all they need to do if they want to keep pumping those numbers towards the finals and get that massive lead ahead of every other single team and potentially even just pick up the win off of that alone.
Yeah, it would be phenomenal for them, right? But as they were saying over on the desk, it's Na'Vi's turn to win a chicken dinner here, right? It's so that you get one from each of the teams from the new regions coming on in. It would be nice symmetrical feeling, you know, coming through. It would be good, but will the Unicorns of Love let that happen? One of the few teams that stood up to them.
I mean, that's really the question. I think we haven't seen enough out of Unicorns of Love at the moment. They really did get decimated there by 4 Romanian men. I don't particularly think they needed to take the E shift down towards quarry on Sanhok. I think that was just a, you know, a typical rotation that they make, and it was just standard. I think with the amount of space on the northern side, that they maybe could have done a little bit more scouting and then got an easy push in. I think for Unicorns of Love at the moment, it's all about principle to this team, which I respect massively. But I do think at some point in time, they will have to change things up slightly so they can actually just take some more opportunative plays, which is what we need to see from Unicorns of Love, because they are a strong team, but oftentimes these rotations that they make time and time again are putting them in awkward spots where instead they could look around the circle, look around the zone, find a position to move in and play from there, which is something you see VIRTUS.PRO, MADBULLS, Na'Vi do a lot of the times. It's making do with what you've got. And I think Unicorns of Love, although they might not think it right now, I don't know, but I do think that this is one of the teams that can go toe-to-toe with Na'Vi, MADBULL, and VIRTUS.PRO. They really do have the roster for it, and I don't want to see them continue to just lay back and just go for these similar rotations every single time. That's a nice parachute. I like that.
It is pretty cool. It's got the cat on the back as well. Look at that, clinging on, claws dug in.
I'm going to have to go roll for that now, fortunately.
Sorry?
I'm going to have to go roll for that now.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah. Well, time to grab some UC, boys.
That's it. Out comes the wallet. Na'Vi dropping out early, the plane path, North George all the way down to near Novo on the southeast side. The circle as well shifts out to the southeast. So a lot of teams on that western edge going to have to move on that eastward migration. Eastern Stars challenging Take Aim Gaming, it seems, for a Severny area drop. Both of them dropping out early. Big not being in the game leaves it potentially open. But Take Aim Gaming on the north side may be looking to spoil Eastern Stars' day further.
Yeah, they get there a little bit early. So there might be an opportunity for Eastern Stars to challenge here, but with Take Aim Gaming already in Severny, this is a case where now Eastern Stars have to think about doing something else, and that might just mean heading down towards Lipovka or even towards MUERTE Power, which is something that the Eastern Stars do many, many times. It's just a question of how quickly can they get down there. With this initial circle, though, it gives them a huge amount of availability to get down towards MUERTE Power and loot up there without having to move too far outside the circle. If this is a Western shift, this could have been a really horrible game for Eastern Stars not getting into Severny early on. But for Game Lord, on the other hand, straight towards Yasnaya, they're going to get looted up nice and quick. They've had a bit more of a shout into this game, and that week off seems to have paid out well for them so far.
Seems like there have been some shifts in dynamics over those last week's change. And it's something that you would expect, right? The difficulty that it can face is sometimes it can take the wind out of your sails, you know, for teams like Na'Vi, potentially, who were really absolutely just dominating in that first part of the phase. They get that week break, they try and reanalyze, maybe they're trying some new stuff, and they come in and it's not as strong as it was in the first part of that phase, and it kind of can maybe affect the mental situation within the team. But on the flip side, you've got teams that can reset off that, right? They can say, you know what, let's just treat this as a completely new phase, go into this second week of phase 2 and really start to give it some. And I think we have seen that little topsy-turvy switcheroo come through for a couple of teams.
I mean, just talking about Na'Vi really quickly, like you said, it takes the winds out your sails. And I think that in this case, just a case of, we talked to Kitsune, Jason had a nice little chat with him last week, well, in the first week of phase 2. And he was talking about how they made some adjustments. They were playing quicker, they were playing faster. And I think that that's an adjustment you can make, right? And it does catch a lot of these teams, you know, they're not able to kind of stand back up to it. They're not able to fight against it. And I think when you don't have that, you have a short break in between the phases, it's easy for Na'Vi to make that play. And a lot of teams are not prepared to deal with it. But you get that week off, and now suddenly teams have analysed those games, figured out what's going on, and now Na'Vi's struggling a little bit more because, like you said, that momentum is now lost because other teams are now adapting to what they're doing. So I think Na'Vi again has to maybe look at the playing field and kind of adjust to what's going around there.
Grabbing a couple of vehicles. They dropped very, very early because the plane path was right on top of North George. So they should be as fast as possible. This is probably the fastest they'll ever be looted, really, in this scenario. So we'll see how fast they can move out of that northwestern side. MUERTE down in MUERTE on the southeast. They are pretty central towards the circle, maybe shift up towards farm if they so choose, but they've got a bit of time to play with. Not too long though, in the next couple of minutes, those teams out on the west, towards Gatka, towards Ferry Pier, Primorsk, will all be starting to push on in. Shockwave, the furthest eastward team right now, they are just out to the west side of farm.
It's not the best looting position to be in, but there are some really good compounds here down towards the south side of Player Hill they could take up, which looks like they're heading towards right now, hoping for the next circle to maybe pop near them. Again, for a lot of these teams that are already in the circle and they've been looting for quite a while. I'm looking at Death Machine and Shockwave, like you say. MUERTE is obviously coming across from Sosnovka, looking to loot up in Milton now. These teams can really just relax for a little bit more. The teams off towards that western side, though, that is a bit of an issue for a few of these teams, especially, you know, you're looking at MADBULLS, XTEAM, NEXUS, PIONER, Na'Vi, all taking like a lot of space over on this western side, and at some point they're going to have to crunch in. This is over a lot of fielded areas, and Na'Vi doesn't want to make that same mistake they made last time, which is getting caught up on the south side of Hospital in one of those compounds and then having to fight a ton of teams. Instead, they're just going to move immediately over the top of Ruthless Esports that they know are going to be hanging around a Pachinki for a little while longer, and maybe find not the most amazing compound to play in, but somewhere to play in within the circle.
Trying the bolty out. Striker, though, well covered off. Shockwave have a player down out in the open. Trazen's there. He gets spotted. Nice off angle found. Terminus spots him immediately, and now potentially looking to regroup onto Trazen, get their player back up. Striker down in the forefront there. The crosses are not going to be stopped by Dadaev. MUERTE, their western peak is getting pressured on now. You see they're sailing all the way through, trying to regroup, get all four of them back in, with Terminus repositioning for another off angle. That is pretty spicy as well out on the back left.
It's a good nade there from Dadaev, will stop the res coming through. Flyke still quite low, and Terminus, although making this rotate nice and early, does leave his team a little bit high and dry now. They had to get that res back up again and get moving. So Terminus tries to clear Flyke out, and he's out just in the open. And if Flyke just does a peek on this, you know, Terminus could easily go down. Luckily gets back into cover quite quickly, and now will maybe drop some smokes outside, see if he can cross back towards his team.
It's a frags, I think, waiting for the push. Even more as well. Flyke cooks that a little bit too long. Oh, the rock up has come through. The backup is here, and Terminus all of a sudden is the one in danger. Looks for the knocks. Is good for one, but he's not going to trade it. He actually managed to find two there, Blank. Dadaev will be the first to get rezzed, but in the meantime, what can the rest of the MUERTE do?
I mean, Shockwave has to be swift on that one. Na'Vi move in. This is a hot position that a lot of teams are currently playing in. Salazar goes down. Matic looks over towards our Harpy, and that's Ruthless Esports actually taking down Tixi. A little bit awkward. There is some more refrags coming through, but this is Na'Vi in the middle of two engagements at the same time, so it's going to require a little bit of finesse here to get out of this one.
Covering off just about from Ruthless across the way. And staying safe behind the car. Na'Vi look for the res. Death Machine can't spot for the smoke. Meku breaks out. Nasa wants to put these nades in towards Kitsune. Kitsune not going to quite work. Tixi did get a couple of bandages off there, gets some healing done. Death Machine under pressure still from Na'Vi, who have stayed at 4 on this northwest side.
Yeah, it's an awkward position for Na'Vi to be in, so they just loop back towards their anchor. Our Happy is down, and luckily Na'Vi is able to send away with a lot of the bullets hitting the boot. It's not the kind of luggage they wanted to be taken home with them, did Na'Vi, but it's better than getting knocked on the rotate.
It's just more lead weight towards the rear axle. Gets you better traction, Blaine. It's all good.
Attic immediately repositioning now. They do send further out towards the edge of the circle, realizing that, you know, we're not going to get the most amazing spot now for ourselves. There are too many teams over towards that position, so waiting for the next circle and rotating with that one will most likely be the best idea whilst holding out the edge side. Pioneer moved down towards Pachinki, in fact, and will challenge out the players that are currently in there, who is NEXUS.
Everybody's starting to find the little shuffle, finding their neighbors. towards the middle now. TJB the most central. MADBULLS, spot ammo. Look for the spray. And they will be able to find it. SHOCKWAVE in the meantime, eliminated. No limbs on their card either.
It's a good call from MADBULL. I mean, they were expected Arabian champions to be moving out of Sosnovka military base at the moment. It would have been awkward to head over towards the eastern bridge side just purely with the amount of teams that are holding this spot. There'd be nowhere for Arabian champions to go. So MADBULLS move further down towards south and go for a bridge crossing. Zerish, on the other hand, does get immediately put down, holding off on the side, scouting out for the rest of MADBULLS as they make this aggressive push into ground where you're not going to get a lot of information back.
Dramas does get knocked there. Modi also down. Just Wadir now left standing for ARB. Skills is on the money. But not for long there. Look for this res. They should be able to find it. Effect is on the chase, it seems. No? They're just repositioning and covering off the coast side.
A little bit terrifying for MADBULLS because with Zerish going down and this fight taking a little bit longer than they might have hoped it for, and with Effect having to maybe chase this one. I mean, Wadir's not getting back up anytime soon, but Pioneers are now in the fold and they've got ahead of them. This is the real big problem, as with Pioneers actually getting 2 players on an off angle and then 2 players in front of them towards where the circle will be popping in yellows. This is going to be a horrible fight for MADBULLS to have to take. It's going to be a little bit tricky. There's going to be a lot of angles that have to be covered. They did pick Zerish back up again, so they are at 4. It might just be a case of a mad dash over the road up towards Pachinki side.
Izumitsu not taking the shots just yet, allowing the rest of MADBULLS to exit the compound before giving away the position. Monkey, very far forwards, has got the backup from Skills. Black-White wants to spin one of them out in the open, but there's suppressing fire coming through from the rest of the team. Look at that Effect, moving well against this position. There's another player up there, but Pioneer have their own split as well. Skills gets knocked. Black-White, Resable here right now, but in come the rest of the MADBULLS, and Zerek not taking any prisoners. The old 1-2 punch, the swing is good, and the MADBULLS do them dirty.
That is very, very well done. Understand they have the knock there instead of regrouping with the rest of the team, but they take out the off angles instead.
Ooh.
That is 2 players out and down. Quick refrag there from Monkey. Good stuff from him. Again, a very, very difficult fight for MADBULLS to take, but they take 2 off angles of their own. It's really, really smart, and I actually was a massive fan of this play from MADBULLS here.
Fash was able to get both the players on the hillside. They force a reposition to come through if MADBULLS want to keep another player alive. Because at the moment, Zerish is low. Effect is ticking as well. And it's going to take a lot to be able to get both of them back up. I think Effect might just be able to sneak it through. It's only the blue zone doing damage to him now, but it looks likely that they'll go down to 3. Don't imagine that we'll see a 4-player strong MADBULLS this game.
Well, I mean, it's only zone 3, so if they pick him back up again, which they should have done because they did get Zerish, and he will hit a first aid kit, instantly you will see another first aid kit go towards Effect. They should be able to send their way into the circle. Izumitsu is ahead, so MADBULLS currently with 4, but Na'Vi also managed to find their way into the circle just about. MUERTE being the choice finish here for the circle itself. So many teams all clustered up here, but it's Unicorns of Love found their way in nice and early, didn't get into too many engagements, and already taking shots over towards the Eastern Stars. So Bazzi going down, that's on the Eastern side. They're coming out from MUERTE power now. And right now it's Unicorns of Love trying to control that Eastern side. Unfortunately, Gonzo hitting the floor, and then Crypto getting knocked as well. Goodness me, this is horrible now for Unicorns of Love.
Not great. Really, really difficult to progress on this eastern side. Urban combat, very, very tricky, notoriously so. Shots being traded back and forth. Everybody's in these buildings at this stage. Oh, Nessa just escapes the brunt of that nade damage, but still quite a lot to be getting on with.
Game Lord moving their way down into MUERTE. I think it was day 1 of phase 1 where it's Game Lord able to clinch out the victory in MUERTE itself. Kapahala going down. But this is all the way on the eastern side, so not quite in MUERTE as of yet. Striker looking for the headshot onto Beg for Mercy, but he's just a little bit too wily for him.
Swapping out to the M4, wants the spray instead. Oh, thinks better of it. Spots the player in the car, and that's going to be it. Teammates putting damage in before just need the body shot, and that's exactly what you find. Beg for Mercy goes down for XTEAM. Team Doom are there as well. Logan looking for that cross, will be spotted vaulting, but there's players up on high who are keeping that suppression going. Very, very tricky stuff. RV moving over that hill now.
It's just a case of having to put in a little bit of work here and there and not peeking out too much. I think that was where Unicorns of Love kind of suffered a lot more than other teams there. They were taking too many shots over towards Eastern Stars and for too long. Got put down by a few players currently still in towards MUERTE. Now, MUERTE been handed a little bit of a card here to play around with. It's a good card as well, especially this circle heading over towards the western side, a rare one at that. It comes out from MUERTE, and now they'll be able to control in an awkward position. It is an awkward position, but they do have a strong spot within it, and they'll be able to see a lot of these teams who will have to leave MUERTE should the circle continue over their way. They will have to contend with MADBULLS, though, who are on that western side.
NATUS gets knocked by Narvalo. Game Lord seemingly have it out for Eastern Stars today. I mean, they were talking on the desk about these two teams competing for the PMGC spot, right? That they have available to them. Take a look at this shot onto Beg for Mercy again. Just pulls him out of the car, no choice. I feel like Dadiev would have had that, but he was like, oh, no, I did it. I did it with a bolt action.
Yeah, it's an off angle it's taken. Bazzi, one of the last players remaining here for Eastern Stars, other than Keme, who's all the way down on the coastal side of MUERTE Power. Game Lord looking to finish out that final player who's just heading higher and higher into the building.
Keme does have a solid spot here. If Bazzi can draw them out, Keme might have some angles to just be able to spray the side of this barn. And look at that, they are falling fast. Victor will get the flush, but can Keme find this last player? Not quite. That was the plan. It was nearly flawlessly executed there, but Game Lord should be able to recover. The question is, do they have this time to play around with?
Should just about. I mean, the circle not moving in too quickly as of yet. It's unfortunate. TakeAim Gaming took a huge amount of shots over towards that northwest side. With the assistance of Keme there, he really did create quite the problem for himself. And it's surprised that Bazzi didn't get shot by TakeAim Gaming. I mean, you'd imagine that they were expecting multiple teammates to fly out from that door before they started taking shots over towards them. MADBULLS, one player drops to the floor. They have been resilient this game. Taking a lot of knocks, but still going.
Certainly have. This is, I mean, in urban combat in general, you see a lot of knocks. It does take something special, though, to make sure that you have that opening to go. And you do need to go when that opening presents itself, otherwise it might not come again. That's the choice of an IGL, to make that decision, to make that call. You do not want to be slipping up at this point. It's 14 teams remain. We're going to be going down to probably about 8 in the next 2 minutes.
For Game Lord, there's a real opportunity to just like send it across the beach side. Considering the low ground you have and in vehicles, it would be something to go for, but fortunately not quite on the low ground just yet, and TakeAim Gaming does send shots their way, and Narvalo will be popped out of the vehicle there. Game Lord realize they have to go a little bit further, but Team Doom, they'll also have eyes on, so it's all about speed, momentum right now for Game Lord, just to get into any kind of position.
Oof. Okay, they get a ridge. They get a ridge, and that's what they're gonna have to play with. But TakeAim Gaming have spotted them, and they will move on out of some of that cover to try and put that pressure on. Moving forwards for Game Lord, trying to keep going in and see themselves just that little bit safer. TakeAim Gaming might look to try and wrap around it further, but they are down to 2 for Game Lord.
Yeah, this is not the best position, but it's a living position, right? Unicorns of Love have some nice angles over their way. They're the ones who really put a stopper in the rush coming through from Game Lord. I don't think Team Doom was as much as a problem as Icy and Crypto were, who had full eyes on this entire engagement and the line to play it with as well, which is the scariest thing. So tons of smoke being thrown out by Game Lord at the moment just to live a little bit longer. And this is the trouble with heading into the urban finish a little bit too early. A lot of these teams on the west side realized that that was maybe not the smartest of decisions. It could still move away, and a lot of these teams are suffering. Death Machine in particular will suffer massively now, as well as TakeAim Gaming, who are all the way on the eastern edge.
There is potential for TJB to swing out, take a fight with Nexus and have a chance, but they need to do it kind of right now, or they will never get that chance, and they are just going to get shut down by Death Machine instead. Look at that, they have their last player out in the back. Really nothing to do there. Happy getting rezzed on up, and Death Machine can move forwards as 4, but through the gauntlet they will have to run, and that is one hell of a ringer to put yourself in towards. The circle shifting out, forcing all these teams to fight.
Now just Rob's remaining, Zero's up front, but the rest of his teammates, you think this is unlikely for him.
Oh! Nearly finds the second, but just off with the shots from the DBS. I don't think you can get Phantom back up there, unfortunately. The Team Doom waits for the smoke to bloom. Maybe get back to a little bit of cover, but just about missed the boat on it. And that is a flush. Na'Vi now taking fights on the northern side. Nexus going to try and crunch in behind them. Everybody turning their way. Nexus absolutely pinched between them and MUERTE as well. But everybody's suffering now on this northern side as the teams from the town try and move out on this north edge.
Na'Vi put down the remaining players from Nexus, but they still got a bit of a battle in front of them at the moment. A real brawl on their hands. MUERTE have a building on this north side. I like the positioning from MUERTE, honestly. They had the pick of the litter in this circle early on, so they take the north side. It's very unlikely this circle moves this far down towards the south, towards Bridge. So for MUERTE, they just get a little bit unlucky with this shift on the circle. And Ruthless Esports really get the bait here with some really good compounds towards the center of this circle. And they're holding both sides of the road too, so very hard to dismount them.
MUERTE seemingly taking 2 fights. Na'Vi are still in the scrap with them. Another player going down for the squad. MADBULLS still with 4 alive, relatively unscathed by all of these wild proceedings, but they picked up 7 eliminations. MUERTE still going. 8 eliminations now, 4 players. They are the team from the town, and they will try and push through further into this fight.
Yeah, they need to head south now, though, towards Ruthless Esports. And this is where Ruthless Esports, I would imagine, would maybe want to regroup on top of Pocus and Salazar, just because holding this position is not really beneficial towards them. Yeah, they can maybe hit a few stragglers, but if you get a full send from a team like Unicorns Love or MADBULLS onto the singular buildings on the south side of the road, and they hit on the back side of the buildings as well, you know, it's going to be hugely difficult for those 2 players in front over the other side of the road on the north to actually support Pocus as well as Salazar. So Ruthless Esports maybe need to think about doing something soon to get those players back into a position where they can really re-bolster that spot towards the center of the circle.
Match 4 for Na'Vi today. Their last entry. With 2 players standing. See if they can hold on to that top spot against the MADBULLS, who I believe have absolutely played their hearts out today. They have done phenomenally well to bring it back into the repute that we are so used to from them. 2 elims, rank 8. Na'Vi, again, a little bit disappointing today. We'll see if they can keep it up for tomorrow, but XTEAM swept aside as well as MUERTE bring themselves up to double-digit eliminations.
Yeah, 10 eliminations here. It's a fat game from them. Ruthless Esports, they've had all eyes on them for a long time. And finally, this is what I wanted to see, is that the 2 players from the front, they leave this engagement, they let that compound open, and they head over to support the 2 players on the backside. So this is really an important play from Ruthless Esports, and they really time it quite perfectly too. MADBULLS still out on the open. They have a compound of their own, but it's outside the blue, and you can see them already sending the smoke train in because they have to move out. This would be the perfect time for them to do it as well, whilst Ruthless Esports are currently fighting the remaining players of MUERTE, but they're putting them down fast here, John.
They are seemingly struggling there. 2 players standing. Not out of it just yet, however. And the MADBULLS now up to 10 as well will leave their compound, move out into the open, and start to take control of this final circle. Spotting out these players in the buildings is going to be all important. But it's the Unicorns of Love of the coastline they might have to worry about.
That's not good though. Losing Ulysses really presents a game now where Mad Effect can start to take control of the 4 players they currently have still up and available. Taking another player from MUERTE, they are just racking up the points this game. Finally, Ruthless Esports finishes them off, but that nade! What timing on that, and now they can initiate the full push. Monkey still aware of these players over the cross side of the road. More nades in hand, looking to finish off maybe those remaining players inside the room. There's more shots, and Salazar barely gets away with his life.
The road still splits this next circle in twain. Unicorns will have some respite. We said we wanted to see this team start to stand up, Blank, and I feel like this game, I mean, sure, they've done fairly well to fight through, but they've kind of just kept out of dodge of a lot of these scraps.
I mean, there's not much more they could do. I think they took an excellent position along the coastal side towards the bridge to really ruin a lot of the days of the players that were coming through from MUERTE. That was their main issue. They didn't want anyone else taking position in front of them. They have a loot crate to play around with. And again, MADBULLS, they're on the northwest side outside the circle. And Unicorns of Love can set up this line on the road. If it moves further down towards the south, Unicorns of Love have a real chance here. Again, effect, another nutty grenade over the top.
They just put those mollies in as well, just to add insult to injury. In through the window, nice burn there, but Salazar is still resable here. If MADBULLS can remove this Ruthless Thorn from their side, they might have that freedom to set up against Unicorns of Love, who are starting to poke in.
Even so, MADBULLS' utility is absolutely trashed at the moment. Rolkis does get spotted as he tries to make a cheeky move around the back, and MADBULLS now pinched. With Esports realize they have to move out now, but it's Crypto who's holding this angle.
MADBULLS now need to defend this push against Ruthless. In they go, but Crypto's just shutting them down, and Ruthless have nowhere to go. The Unicorns pick up 3 points for their troubles, and now they have the MADBULLS to deal with. It might have been a better idea to let Ruthless try and ride through them, because Icy's gone down to effect, and now Rolkis is under fire. They're completely split up from one another, and there's no way to regroup here. There's no way you get this res on Icy. MADBULLS looking to put a second chicken dinner up on today and absolutely dominate the tables, with Na'Vi going down early. With this elimination count, this could be the top spot game. Crypto, last standing, finds one, goes up, goes down, repositions now, 16 bullets in the mag. And the MADBULLS have 3 alive, and Crypto, he's got a mountain to climb, and I don't think he's going to be able to summit.
Your major issue here is the 2 players that went down. I don't know how much utility the MADBULLS were able to get back on board, but for Crypto at the moment, his main happiness in this is that he's got grenades to play with. The enemy team has barely any utility. The defenses are absolutely mashed, so anything that goes through here has to just be first aids or bandages. You can see effect. I'm pretty sure he has absolutely nothing left for him, so just requesting some drops of some meds perhaps, but is there any even left?
The next circle will force Crypto in. It is a MADBULLS zone. Go in for the push. Crypto finally taken down.
The back-to-back comes through from MADBULLS. Chicken dinner coming through here. You love to see it. From Sanhok straight up to Erangel, from the smallest map to a middling one, they still dominate on. And again, it really all comes back to that initial fight between them and Pioneers, John, which was so well set up, where they had the 2 off angles on the 2-2. Instead of all hitting the shack, they instead take the opportunity, knowing there's a knock there, to quickly send out towards them. And it was one of those plays that you just don't see come along too often, where you feel like, you know, Pioneers, they're ahead of them. They're in yellows. They have all the position in front of them, leaving effect behind, even to take the off angle towards the beginning, and then finishing it out there with a perfect timing on the grenade versus Ruthless Esports as they're concluding their fight with MUERTE. I mean, it was all set up so well from MADBULLS, even just that slow push on the west side. Again, I got to give a massive shout out to Unicorns of Love. I really like their position on the coastal side, taking shots to all the players that were hoping to get the bailout on the beach, but they couldn't make it happen. It was really, really good stuff. Again, they just pulled the trigger a little bit too early, maybe. But again, those points they picked up on Ruthless Esports, Crypto's got to be happy with 3 eliminations and a 2nd place.
Absolutely. It is, as you say, all of those points coming on through. That's a 2-point jump for the placement, 3 points on the eliminations. That's 5 points just for that play. But they could not go all the way. Unfortunately, the MADBULLS stood a little too firm.
You do know who went all the way. My team, MADBULLS.
They did.
Gentlemen, if I'm not mistaken, I think I have surpassed Maxman. And Kalaris, I'm coming for you.
Well, I mean, you might be trying, but at least you've passed Maxman. That's all I'll give you. You know,
I
it's
don't
going
know,
well.
yes.
If only it was difficult to surpass Maxman in prediction.
Jeez.
Why? What have I done to you, Jason? Okay, you even won the TDM match. I don't know what.
Well, I think we lost overall, technically, and also spoilers.
You specifically asked him to use the picture where I did not lose weight yet. Like, you count everything.
It's the butt chin.
It's butt chin. So,
you even framed it with your hand. You know, you framed the butt chin.
Actually, yeah, no. Look on this one. Yeah.
But yeah, MADBULLS taking the victory. I did tell you guys, you know, wait to hear my reasoning of why I picked MADBULLS. It's probably because Kalaris said literally in the last match, oh, MADBULLS won because they got zone. If they had to push into that zone, I don't think they would have had it. I was like, you know what? Let's see if MADBULLS push into the zone and see if they win. And they did.
I don't think I did say if they had to push that.
You said it. We got yeah, production. Yeah, production confirming. You did say that indeed. 29 points for MADBULLS. Fantastic match. I mean, there was actually a really high elim game out of quite a few teams you can see here. Yeah. 14 for MADBULLS, 9 for Unicorns Love. Well, I should say basically 9 for Crypto, and 11 for MUERTE.
Yeah, and MUERTE once again getting himself another good game here, really being consistent in this day overall. But man, MADBULLS have been fragging out since the very early game. Like they've been taking that fight. I think Blank mentioned it in Yellow's taking that fight versus Pioneer. The angles, the way they were playing in particular was really well done. And on top of that, despite it being an early game fight, they can take a risk. They come out of it as a 4-man crew, get all that extra loot, so that's why you see so many nades being thrown in the position of Ruthless at the end there. They're just nading everything, especially Effect was doing a lot of the work. Like, yeah, MADBULLS are back in the full swing of things, and it is truly the CI's domination here.
I am conflicted though, Jason, if I'm honest about this finish, because I feel like there was a world where Unicorns of Love could have maybe won, and the way that they could have won was by not shooting at Ruthless Esports, if you know what I mean. So Ruthless and MADBULLS are kind of locked in that engagement that has to happen on their side of the road. I don't think Unicorns of Love technically has to take those shots. Yes, they get the elimination points. Yes, that's fantastic and stuff like that. But for me, when I'm thinking about the game, I'm always thinking about the win. How can I get the win? What can we do? And letting that fight play out might have resulted in 1 or 2 knocks on the side of MADBULLS, and then maybe you crest and try and look for the win. I'm conflicted about it though, because obviously elimination points as well as getting guaranteed second is also kind of good.
And it is really weird when you're looking at it, how Ruthless and Unicorns of Love were playing at the end. Their nades were very, I would have to say, subpar, and then you look at the nades that were thrown by MADBULLS, like they were hitting knocks after knocks, and most of the time just clearing positions without really taking a fight at face value. So yeah, in terms of utility alone, I think MADBULLS were miles ahead. But yeah, as I said, Crypto could have maybe waited it out. I'm not sure I would have worked out, but it was a game plan based. Seemed like they were just like, let's get eliminations while we still can, and I think it got him like 3 elims alone. So yeah, in terms of point, it's still, you're still winning something from it at least.
Yeah, I mean, the question comes down to like, if he was able to hold off, would they have gotten more points overall? Because obviously it's like 15 to 12 for first and second place, so there's 3 points right there. But obviously the extra limbs on the MADBULLS side potentially. Yeah, I mean, worst case, if this was technically the worst case, it still played out decently for Unicorns Love, getting a lot of points on the board.
Oh, yeah.
Again, it's not like you're winning $1,000 per chicken dinner. So
it's interesting theory overall to look at it, right? Like what are these different dynamics that occur in the late game to potentially get you points in certain scenarios and in different ways? And I'm always thinking about, as I say, the win. What's the potential way to the win? Sometimes a disciplined trigger finger can be that way. But I mean, overall, this circle in general, difficult for some of these teams to play out. MADBULLS did a really heroic effort being able to pull up. Here's the knocks that we're talking about in question. And again, it's not like if Unicorns of Love, sorry, I've stolen the segment, guys, it's mine now. If they're being pushed by the circle in other ways, like on the south, for example, yes, you definitely take those eliminations. It's a no-brainer. But because they had a bit of an anchor position down towards the bottom as well as on this side of the road and weren't really being pushed by the circle that hard, then you have the options of saying, maybe you do take the fight with MADBULLS and maybe they do get some knocks. It's just, okay, I'm done. That's my TED Talk.
Okay.
Good one.
Yeah. I thought you were James, but okay, Ted. Moving on though from this, let's take a look actually at MADBULLS today, right? I want to see their player stats across the entire day. Just get an idea of how much damage they've really done to these lobbies. We always look at the MVPs, we look at the amount of eliminations. I was kind of hoping it'd be totals, but for averages, those are pretty ridiculous, to be fair. 483 a match for Effect and Zerich here. I mean, that's like the star duo of the team when it comes to fragging power, and you're seeing it reflected in their stats alone.
Wait, this is for the entire tournament, you're telling me?
No, this should be for today.
For today, because like if he's got a 3 average elimination for the entire tournament, that's nuts.
insane.
Okay, no,
Yeah.
no way of that happening. But yeah, I mean, Zera showed up the last game. This time it was Effects showing up, like still clearly contesting for that MVP position, and like the fact that they're still all the time, like bare minimum, they're almost all reaching that 20-minute mark. They always make it into that late game, at least converting some amount of points coming their way. They're just consistent. Plus they can close off game. So far they are looking like a team that can be the whole package, and I think they are potentially the whole package right now. And yeah, it's scary when you're seeing teams like also, you know, Na'Vi not doing too well, Ruth is kind of falling off, and they started off the day in 4th position. Now they got themselves the back-to-back win. I think there's a high chance MADBULLS might be in 1st here. So yeah, this is a big step up for them.
They were in 2nd place behind by like less than 10 points. They're definitely number 1, and a massive step up for them. I mean, we were looking at Na'Vi, you know, replicated performance, which I don't think we've been able to see them do here so far today in our 4th day of our 2nd phase. Saw VIRTUS.PRO step up, and I said MADBULLS, you know, falling off down in 4th place, but again showing back up here on this day. It's insane to see that like MADBULLS have this potential and this kind of power behind them as a team, and it doesn't seem like any team can really stop them.
Yeah, if anything, actually, all of these teams are probably looking at the last game as a bit of a sigh of relief, because in Group A, to remind people out there, it's MADBULLS, Na'Vi, and MUERTE that are not playing this next game. So you've got rid of MADBULLS and MUERTE, who have both had an excellent day as a whole here. MUERTE especially as well. I mean, yes, MADBULLS has been able to take the back-to-back, but MUERTE has been constantly present at the end of these games, or towards the end of these games, and if they haven't been present at the end of the game, they've been getting themselves double-digit eliminations. So a very, very nice step up for them too.
And that's a good point too. It's not like they're just skating by getting like 6 placement points, 8 placement points, and no eliminations. They're actually putting up some good elims, and they're showing they've got that firepower that we know CIS is strong for. And the question is, you know, is any team from, well, any other team outside of CIS, you're going to be able to contest against them when we get to the finals, or is it just going to be like European Regionals last season?
Yeah, I think Unicorns of Love is the team that can really compete on that level currently, right? We saw Game Lord, we saw TJB play on international tournaments. They struggle to really find any kind of results. I think Unicorns of Love, when it comes to the OG Western European teams, is the team that embodies the most hope we could have for the home region boys. But outside of that, like, it is your Na'Vi, your MADBULLS, your VIRTUS.PROs that, like, they're looking good here, and I think that there's a clear chance they're going to perform versus the Turkish squad. So yeah, it seemed like we already pretty much have like a path set in mind for the championships.
All right, well, we'll see if the momentum out of MADBULLS here continues as they continue to see red, well, at least when we get into tomorrow's matches. But we have some other teams breathing a sigh of relief here. Finally, we can get some points. Kalaris, don't worry. You got a day to worry about. Just don't wear red tomorrow. You'll anger them.
All right.
Head over to John Allen and Blank.
Trying to get out of the way there for James. He's going to have to play a little bit fast and loose on those toes, keep himself lithe, and hopefully those teams tomorrow will have that chance to do that. But today, the Unicorns have got a chance. If they get 13 points on the game today, they could end it in 1st place.
I mean, there's a real chance for them, and I think that, again, it was that talk we had right at the beginning of that last game where it's a talk of, you know, Unicorns of Love, yeah, they make some standard positions, they make some standard maneuvers, but I want to see something a little bit more reactive, a little bit more creative from them. And I think that last game kind of perfectly envisioned that. I think you and Kalaris are both right that maybe if they let Ruthless Esports take a fight with the MADBULLS first, there was a potential for them to maybe clean up. They did get caught off guard just a little bit as they were moving through the smoke to try and take a lineup sweep with Rolkis and Icy over towards MADBULLS. But again, Crypto takes those shots. If he can take them and get 3 eliminations, he goes for it. And I think that that's still okay. And that is one of the plays that's going to give you more consistent points. Because that could have just been a case where they didn't take the fight and then immediately both these teams, they stutter and stall. And then there's a case of both teams immediately whip towards Unicorns Love and take them out first. There's a lot of variables that could go there. But again, looking for the winning play, maybe, if he didn't take those shots against Ruthless Esports. Still, incredible shots regardless, and there are some real star players there on Unicorns Love, and we're looking for maybe that chicken dinner at the end of the day here for them. Heading over towards Miramar now with the playing path coming down from La Cobreria over towards the middling area between Al Zahar and Impala, so Junkyard, Minas Generales available for teams like Eastern Stars who want to drop here.
Of teams out early, but a lot of teams actually waiting till about halfway down the plane path now. So the western side probably going to be fairly uncontested unless we see a couple of vehicles grabbed and heading out to Chumacera, La Riera, that sort of area on the southwest. but unlikely we'll see it break that far unless the circle shifts out that way. It was Pioneer to drop down near Trailer Park, and actually Shockwave, who are going to be going towards El Pozo on the northwest side. The circle shifts out northeast, so I don't imagine we'll see too many teams going far to that south.
Nah, Chumacera is kind of out of the way now for a lot of these teams. Pioneer in Trailer Park is an interesting one. I mean, not heading towards Chumacera actually worked out massively for them here. Not the greatest of positioning spots to start off with, but get some vehicles headed towards La Coperia maybe. With Na'Vi out of the game now, that's a very easy spot to quickly loot up, and Shockwave's going to be comfortable there in El Pozo. This is a good game though for Unicorns of Love heading up towards that northeast side. You do have Torre Armada still in this one as well as Tierra Bronca, so there's massive availability for them to pick up some nice loot early on. Death Machine, Arabian Champions, a little bit late to the party, Arabian Champions here, so not quite able to get onto the money just yet, and Hammer already laid a little bit low, looking for them stims to get himself back up to full 100%, but that'll require not only the first aid kit he's only just found, which would have been really nice for an in-fight quick refresh on the health. It's just going to be a little bit difficult for him.
Oh, NEXUS moving in. Hammer right next to the door frame. If he pops it, oh, he gets the shot. Auto shotty, just too strong at close range, but a little bit greedy there. And Hammer falls down. Nessa did get eliminated, but there is a res. Hamodi, Jamaz not going to have the angle for the retribution, but Hamo crawling pretty quickly. This guy's mean on those knees.
Yeah, it's a really, really greedy play there, because you can see the rest of the team that were flying up into position. You get that first knock, you just run away. Like, you've caused commotion, you've caused problems. With there, though, a nice off-angle spot. Ultra, who's just hiding behind the wall. This guy got out nice and early, which is good to see. And now Death Machine, a little bit more of a precarious spot with now just 3 players. This gives opportunity now for the Arabian Champions to get Hamo back up on his feet. And he's going to go loot with the rest, because falling low early on, getting the first aid and the stim off, now has to find another first aid and another stim.
Blank, I forgot.
What?
It's been a week, and I forgot that Picardo has always had this happen. It's just...
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know what it was, but it feels like home to see Death Machine and ARB fighting in Picardo. It's
oh yeah, it brings back.
It's just how it should be. And actually, Ruthless have positioned around this, so they can pick this up.
Yeah, well, I think they've done this quite frequently as well recently, just like dropping in and hiding around the sides where, you know, one team in here is going to pick up 4 eliminations, and then Ruthless Esports is going to pick up 4 eliminations on the exit. So it doesn't ever really go wrong for Arab Champions or Ruthless Esports in this case, but it's just a massive fight that comes through. Pocus spots out Hamodi, which is going to make things a little bit more awkward. That's a very long shot, especially with just the red dot too.
It really is, but shots are answering. Nothing landing just yet. Hamodi was caught there on the broad side. There's the smokes out to run across to look for that res. Suppressing fire, but at this point it's kind of just a waste of ammo.
Yeah, smooths off it. Still sending more bullets in though. He's causing problems, this Pocus, which is fine for them. I wonder if Ruthless Esports are going to try get too heavily onto this fight, especially if Pocus has only got a red dot. It doesn't really make sense to take these hugely long angles, which he can't effectively spray out right now with that sight he's got on board. Jamaz though, UMP, Hollow, we're doing well in the close range engagements. Death Machine have already backed up off to the large buildings in the back of Picardo here with the balconies that they can quickly scout over the top from.
Picardo slowed down by the presence of Ruthless. ARB are still 4 alive, and Death Machine with 3 abiding their time. They're waiting for these pushes because they think ARB potentially could cross this road, and if they do, then they might just have those openings that they are looking for. 2 micro Uzis in hand for ARB.
They are getting slowly closer at the moment. I like that this is kind of just what we tend to watch for the first 10 minutes of the game, because no one else is really this aggressive this early on. It's just kind of Ruthless Esports, Arab Champions, as well as Death Machine. Both these teams, though, taking a few knocks, and unfortunately Death Machine, the only one with elimination on their side.
Potential to swing out wide for ARB. Ruthless did reposition out to the western side. You've got Salazar over on the road on the west of this. You've got Manu over towards Chumacera side, so not all of them are on this overlook. Ruthless not putting full pressure onto this fight just yet. They know that these eliminations haven't finished, so these two teams will keep each other in the settlement. They don't have to be super worried about this just yet.
Yeah, if they could move through to the northeast, which would be really nice, and rather not have to move through that road on the north that passes through Monte Nuevo. As soon as you get towards Hacienda del Patron, there's a few high grounds that you can play from there, and it might even be occupied by two teams at that point, with valley control on either side, in which case you just get peppered as you move in, information's gathered, you're then kind of a target for the rest of the game. So it's a bit awkward, so they'd rather just kind of pass through Picardo up towards San Martin. A little bit easier for them. It does mean right now where the circle is, we haven't enclosed on zone 2 just yet, they can just wait around. There's no real rush for Ruthless Esports at the moment.
There's no time pressure just yet, but do they give up that opportunity by camping out this early? Take Aim Gaming on the east side. Split 2 and 2 right now, but no one's super close to them. The Unicorns of Love on the northeast side, a 14-point game for Unicorns of Love would see them into first place. They would lose on the tiebreaker unless they get a chicken dinner. But if they can get 14 points, then it doesn't matter either way. So they're 13 points behind. ARB, Nade themselves. Death Machine are all too happy with that, as ARB gonna be shut down there on the cross. Okay.
Yeah, that was instantaneous, and that's 3v4 as well. That's just a horrible grenade that comes through from a teammate there, which will sit them down. And now Ruthless Esports immediately all getting vehicles. Think about where they want to go next. Decide not to continue pushing it towards Picardo. Instead, moving down towards Los Leones at the moment. 4 Romanian men here close to Big.
Mickey popping the Mini 14. Towards 4 Romanian men. They just fall back off that ridgeline. They move a little bit further. Big on the eastern side right now, north of Imala. Generalis out to the west. Killer crawls back behind cover, the vehicle. Maybe not so lucky. Big have to be worried now about the repositions from 4 Romanian men. Those off angles can start to come through. You can see they're pushing forwards. Mickey on that high ground, forcing 4 Romanian men to stay into this fight.
Killer nade right through the middle, so hits the goalpost there.
Okay, look, where's that nade? There it is. Okay, it takes all their super low, and they just get these sprays. RP finds that, and then Jamaz just gets spotted. That was just, honestly, disastrous push coming through from ARB there.
Now we've got to get the replay of Big versus Killer now.
Yeah.
We did miss that, but I'm sure that will come around shortly.
Yeah, you'd think, but sometimes those pushes happen. I mean, to be fair, you should be able to hit those windows with that nade on that push. At this level of gameplay, you should be hitting those nades. It's not like it's a tight window. It's not like it's a difficult position. You have the cover. You should be hitting those nades.
Yeah, I think for him it was maybe slightly difficult because of the smokes that were placed down initially. He wasn't able to get the best of nade off, and he just doesn't cook it very long either, so it explodes when it hits the floor. So yeah, not a very PMPL play there, thank you very much. TJB very much towards the center at the moment. Hacienda del Patron, again, playing the fielded area. Really awkward spot to play as well, by the way. I think, you know, you've got to give hats off to TJB for actually even attempting this. They seem to make it work to quite far way through of Miramar. They're just very difficult to pin down, honestly. A very slippery team where oftentimes by chasing them or even trying to take shots towards them, you aggravate another team within the circle and they come to the rescue of TJB.
Take Aim Gaming continue to find more players from 4 Romanian men. As Big are now on their heels. Feeling pretty hot with it. Get wrecked, flushed away by Big. Pick up the points, Alawi. Not going to be able to get a knock in response, but there's threats from both sides now. And to be on the swivel that much, it's a tall order, certainly. Big with the high ground. I feel like they have one of the better positions in this engagement. And they have some routes to move forwards as well if the circle shifts away from them. So Big in a good spot right now.
Hudge taking shots on the side to move away a little bit. Big, again, just encircling his position. Alawi's been right in the center of a lot of these teams for quite some time, and I'd be fairly afraid if I was in his position. Quickly heal up back again. That's the M4 and a mini. So at least some long-range advantage there, but as a singular player, there's not much you can do. Big continues to rotate around the side.
He trying to put those shots down, but not quite finding the target there. For Romania men, continue to joust. Rana, still alive, still a trouble, still a problem. Beast moves in to potentially handle it for them. But Rana does get spotted. It is traded off as Alawi finds one from Take Aim Gaming. They're not really that close by, but Beast has a nade. I think he knows Alawi's there, but unfortunately, Take Aim Gaming snipe it out from under him.
Yeah, he's not able to pick up that elimination. It's a bit unfortunate, but Take Aim Gaming continue to be in a bit of a dire strait. Next circle heads up towards water treatment and the fielded area that TJB play in, so a huge amount of this circle really is quite rough unless you're a solo and you just want to send it to the center and just hide out in the shacks or the field itself.
Mind wants to put these nades back over towards Big, but gets blown up in the process. Mazzaro moving forwards, the lead for Big. Is happy, tries to get across, and will actually stay safe there. Cover from the vehicle going well. Mind falls, flushed. Now another one soon to follow. Take Aim Gaming, torn apart by Big.
Finishes that one off pretty quick as well. 4 eliminations for Big. Again, they're a good team when it comes to team fights, and I will keep repeating that. Now they've got to get their way further into the circle. Eastern Stars ahead of them. Already found themselves a spot. Again, it's kind of decimated this circle just a little bit with Minas General still being in it, where you either choose to play the eastern side or you can play the west. You could even head up towards maybe water treatment and pray to God it moves up there. Game Lord weren't in that position too fast though. They're down towards that southwest side. Not able to get in a position where they won on Miramar last time.
Team Doom trying to push in on the south. They've made it into this next circle. So they have got that pressure there, that presence. Ruthless as well, similar position. So Team Doom will be their main threat right now. VIRTUS.PRO rolling up on the Eastern Stars. Bazzi backed off that ridge line, and they will be able to get the knock. Old Boy was knocked first, but there is backup there to be sent on in. Keme now trying to hold off against Tulika and Mer on this ridge line, forcing the fight to go over to that left. The smoke there blooms, cuts off the players out to his left, but unfortunately, it's just a little bit too much. The sprays through the smoke will land, and Keme takes the tumble. Eastern Stars on 2.
It's a nasty smoke that he drops for himself. He tries to play in it, but at the same time does, like you say, cuts off Kapahala from assisting. Old Boy back up on his feet, and immediately they're rotating away from this one. They know that they'd like to get further into the circle. There's teams most likely coming in from the eastern side, and they cross the road. It's a smart decision. Now Kapahala with Athis have to fight off against Big.
Zaro not shut down on the push. Kapahala not landing those shots when he needed to. And Mehi jumps over, takes care of business. Eastern Stars now 1 player left standing. Athis with the oversight onto Big and a bike, so can reposition fast. Difficult terrain though to navigate on this vehicle. It is very, very treacherous. How fast can you go? Team Doom are there as well. Athis, a little bit of an endo over the rock.
It's a rock pop.
Diverts.
This next circle is just grim. And there's a few compounds to play, but not many at all. Athis sends out. Most likely will be taken down by the remaining Ruthless Esports players. Can't get past the building and will be picked up. Tudica taking shots there from Unicorns of Love, are already into the circle. Gonzo's immediately repositioning towards the ridge side to fight off against this new threat on the northern side. Unicorns of Love obviously being one of the only northern teams in this circle, dropped towards Toria Hamada and have just sat up there. Now starting to slowly come down and control the northern side of the circle.
VIRTUS.PRO though, very close to one of the duos. QODEX sitting out in the open. in the sightlines of Robs. Never a good idea. They pay the price for it. Don't think they can get Woodson back up here. Vito looking to heal on out. Robs repositions, gets past the open door there, and can start to gather some speed for the exit. Robs not actually wanting to leave just yet. Instead, wants to ensure that these players do go down for QODEX. The rest of Game Lord a little bit further northwest of this position. Double prediction for Unicorns of Love coming from Max and Kale.
Yeah, gorgeous grenade comes over the top from Rolkis there. Does take down 2 players from VIRTUS.PRO, and Gonzo even sets his sights over towards Big, who are currently outside the circle itself. Really, really good plays here coming from Unicorns of Love. Again, Torium at the start, control the north side. They immediately get a knock onto VIRTUS.PRO as they come in, and then slowly but surely, VIRTUS.PRO is crumbling underneath the pressure that Unicorns of Love are slowly pressing down on them.
VIRTUS.PRO eliminated there. That sweeps out the northeast side for the Unicorns of Love to start to establish control. 8 eliminations for Big, though. They are on 3, are on that eastern side as well. The south side is absolutely the most treacherous area to be in right now.
Yeah, so many teams there. TJB, obviously being a Hacienda very early, will take that compound that currently Big is heading over towards. IC taking shots down towards Big themselves. That's across the fielded area. So Big's just trying to find themselves any kind of positioning that is somewhat covered.
Would be good news. Phantom and Frosty, 2 players alive for Team Doom. A little bit split right now. Ruthless are moving in, still on that southeast side. Still 4 players alive. As Pocus a little bit closer to Nexus than everyone else. Pushes forwards, Doran trying to joust out towards Team Doom, but might get turned at the tilt and will fall off there. Dismounted. Phantom wants to hold off against Ruthless as well now. Frosty moving in to potentially provide a little bit of backup, but Ruthless encircled. They swarm, and there's really nothing you can do about that. Frosty will move through, try and survive for a little bit longer, but taken out. Shockwave put a stop to it.
Not happy about that one. Next circle will decide whether Unicorns of Love really have a massive fighting chance at this, and it's right dead center within the field. They can immediately send for that compound, but Pioneer already mounting up in vehicles. They were instant on the transition. You can't quite see it on your screen, but they're flying to that compound on the western side of the circle, and Unicorns of Love left high and dry there. Not able to stop any of these pushes coming through, and Pioneer kind of snuck that position underneath the nose of Unicorns of Love.
Nice little snipe there. That's Jason's prediction, by the way, Pioneer. They were playing out in that west, and the fast move has afforded them a lot of strength, as you say. Big on the eastern side, still going. TJB, though, holding out for now. Can they close this down?
It's going to be slightly difficult for them. They've got the most teams to contend with on this south side. Ruthless and Shockwave would like to move up. Big is kind of in that position where they are locked in, right? They've got the manacles just set upon the wrists, and it's going to be difficult for them to make their way through. They send out into the fields. TJB, Pioneer, all looking their way, and that's already Mazaro getting taken down inside the vehicle. That's an instant flush.
Trying to get across out in the open is just nigh on impossible here with the teams looking your way. Look at the line of fire that Unicorns have. Move through that? I don't think so. Beast has somehow managed to get into the shack, and Ruthless are crashing onto TJB's compound. They pull on up, all 4 of them all at once there. GK first, trying to fight out with Manu. The door frame going well for him right now. The rest of the TJB team are going to have backup. There's the trade, the old 1-2, but Ruthless are there as well, ready to pounce, ready to strike. Pocus now trying to hold out, but there's a player at the back. It's Xiao coming in for the backstab. Ulysses goes down, and Ruthless left at 1 versus 1. Xiao will fall to the off angle from Nightmare. Shockwave plays spoiler with a third party. Ruthless stay alive.
Yeah, Ruthless given a chance here, but I don't think Shockwave are going to allow this one to go on for much longer as they start to move up. I think maybe they assume that Ruthless is a bit more full strength than they actually are. If they just sent in right now, it could have been huge. Vash finding Gonzo, the western flank. That's going to require one of the players from Unicorns of Love to send over towards the west side to maybe pick him up, but Rolkis thinks better of it. He's so low already. It's unlikely they'll be able to get over there and maybe pick him up again, but that will be Unicorns of Love possibly going down to 3 here in a circle that was so in their favor.
Did have a lot of power for it, but the station occupied by Pioneer. If they can hold out and they get the shift, it's all but done. Nobody really going to have the power to push through onto them. That is an AWM, actually, for Crypto. That's a beast of a gun.
Sit someone down. Finally, that's Gonzo leaving the lobby. And again, it was this trio of compounds, which is going to always, it was always going to come down to this. It was either going down to Ruthless, heading up towards Unicorns of Love, or directly down low towards Pioneer. And that's where it's headed up towards. Crypto hits a beautiful shot there with the AWM.
Trying to pop a couple over towards Ruthless again. Beast is still going for big. Salazar, doesn't get taken down. Very, very low, though. The rest of Ruthless move up to this ridgeline. Shockwave trying to challenge, but originally, the opening pick there goes over towards Shockwave. Terminus falls as well. Now you stand up too high and Crypto will take your head off there. They managed to duck that first bullet, but I don't think the second will be so forgiving.
Pioneer still holding strong. And how do really Unicorns of Love deal with this one? Again, they're on the low ground, so nades into this singular building would be extremely good, but it's getting down off the top of the hill here, which is going to be the problem. Luckily, Pioneer will be able to exactly look out up towards that side without taking shots from at least a backstop. So Unicorns of Love, they spread themselves a little bit thin here, hoping to catch off some players. Rolkis, though, spotted.
I see. Behind the tree. The smoke's blooming. There's a little bit of cover from Pioneer's position, so potential to stay alive as Pioneer are handling business against Ruthless with 3 players alive now. Pioneer the only 4-player team going at this stage.
It's a bold play from Unicorns of Love. They don't want to exactly challenge out this position. They see how close this compound is to the edge of the circle, and it's only going to give them safety for another zone or so, unless we get a hard shift on the circle. Salazar, let's get put down by Icy. Very important that happened to support his teammate Rolkis.
Really important crossfire. Beast is still there for big, though. Hasn't really chimed into the fight. Might get spotted out by Ruthless looking that way. They do, in fact, see that. Crypto wondering what the hell's going on. Why is he not shooting at me? What's he shooting at? Maybe giving the game away that Beast is there. And there we go. Rolkis picks up on those clues, those tells, as Manu falls for Ruthless, bringing them down to 1 standing. Just Ulysses as he makes the stand-up, makes the run, and actually gets to the wall, but not staying there for long as Pioneer take care of that.
Now, it's a case of Pioneer can put all eyes on towards Unicorns of Love, so they need to set themselves in a good position to hold them out as they make the crossing outside this zone. This is the perfect one for Unicorns of Love. It had to happen early, and now they get into position. Really, really good stuff from them. Icy still holding the high ground. An interesting play from him, but moving out from this building is going to be so, so difficult. Good smoke as well from Icy. That's some foresight ahead of himself to make sure that this team can't insta-peek him. He sees the players move out on the western side with that smoke, and he's going to continue to go around. Trazen could be a really big prop for him. That is massively unfortunate.
That's really impactful as well. They really were relying on Icy's position to stop Pioneer from leaving as effectively as they could, but now with 2 players, they're just going to have to rely on this gun skill. Can Trazen be that wild card? Can he be the ace up the sleeve that can spoil Pioneer's push? Black-White wants to make sure that doesn't happen, but the spray on the corner is there from Trazen. He swings out, spots the players further on. Doesn't in fact, but they might turn their attention his way. Finds one on the spray. Not good for a second, but it slows Pioneer, and that might be the card that Unicorns were looking to pull from the sleeve. A good spray from Crypto. Lands what he's looking for, but only one now stands, and Pioneer looking to play well, play strong from this station, get themselves back to force as Rolkis left high and dry.
Has to hit this nade. It has to be good. If it's not on target, then he really needs to set this up in a 1v2 if there's any possibility, and getting that res off just kind of all but seals the deal now for Rolkis. He needs some good grenades over towards Pioneer's position. It's the only thing he can do from the hard cover he currently has, but they're getting slowly further and further up towards nade range on his position.
They do have to move with the circle. That's the one thing Rolkis has right now. They have to nade, they have to push, because the circle will push them. If they don't. The nade over into the back, they know that he's at this hay bale now. And it's only a matter, you've got to think it's only a matter of time. There's a brilliant nade placement there. Only one nade left standing. Could this be good? Over onto another. Looks for the spray, a little bit of damage, but not quite all of it. And there's the off angle coming through. Izumitsu puts Rolkis down, and it's not going to be the chicken dinner for Unicorns. No, it's Pioneer to take it home.
It's an all-CIS day today for them. Chicken dinners galore. Unicorns of Love, it's so sad that Trazen would take those shots up towards them and take them down there. If Icy was able to hold that position for longer, and he was really, really betting on the fact that all 4 players were inside that compound, and they were as well. It's just that one cheeky off angle right up against the edge of the blue that really ruins the day. And I think Icy had set himself up perfectly with the smokes, disabling any sight lines that the guys from Pioneers might have had, and he was looking for a backstab as well as they were leaving the building. So I think Unicorns of Love were really setting up for a fantastic play. I think it all does fall down to Gonzo being a little bit too aggressive on that high ground. Losing that flanker is just horrific in that situation because Icy then has to go back up that spot and isn't able to play the lineup instead. I feel so sorry for Unicorns of Love in that position.
But they still get a really high-scoring point game, and with that, challenge MADBULLS for the top spot. We're going to head back over to the smuggest host alive, Jason Kaplan.
Was he
The best part about that was I was already doing that face before John even said that.
Yeah, I know.
I refuse this.
Boys, I'm not going to call gentlemen anymore. What's going on?
Go on, Max.
Not much. As losing, falling behind. What do you want to say right now? I mean, there was a gas station. It was free. It was a free position. And I wanted to delay my prediction as much as possible. I was like, whichever team goes in gas station, I'm going to pick them.
Yeah.
No one goes in it. I'm like, okay, Unicorns of Love. I'm pushed with it, right, Kalaris? Have the better spot to scout it. And then Pioneer goes there, and Jason already picked them. I'm like, it's done. Yeah. They lose Icy, and it's 2 point behind. Okay, Jason. It's cool.
I mean, if the zone didn't shift away from them as well, the position they had before for Unicorns of Love, then they probably would have taken the win. But I did enjoy you guys both chanting like shift away, shift away, shift away, and the zone shifts away from Pioneer, and you guys got so excited. And then Shockwave was that Trazen had something to say, taking Icy down. That was great. 24 points for Pioneer.
It was such a good angle for Icy too. It could have stopped so much the position and the rotation for Pioneer. But yeah, there was a good opportunity, but yeah, the circle was a little bit tough, and Crypto tried to move, so it was just Rolkis, and Rolkis is not like the main frag of the team either, we know. So like a 1v4 versus Pioneer is going to be tough. But hey, Pioneer, we'd said we want to see them close off games. Sure, it's a gifted compound there, the gas station, but they get the win, so good on them.
Why you sound so upset?
Because I am. Because I am, Jason.
He's emotionally invested, okay?
Emotional damage right now, Jason.
You sound so butt chin hurt.
Oh. Well, let's have a call after this, Jason. Okay, we'll have to.
All right, well, looking down the rest of the list, though, VIRTUS.PRO unfortunately quieting down as the day did go on. But oh no, I mean, I think it was a pretty decent day out of quite a few teams here. Again, CIS just showing up massively. Every single match today was won by a CIS team.
Terrifying as well, right? I mean, looking at how this has gone on, and won by all CIS teams, and none of them were Na'Vi. Which is an extreme concern for the rest of this lobby, considering how powerful they have looked throughout the day. I will say in this last game, Pioneer, yeah, I feel like other teams could have quite easily got a gas station earlier than them had the scouting been on point. But Pioneer from this one, once the circle shifts away and then they have the advantage that they do, with the numbers at least, it becomes literally just a numbers game at that point. So good for them to round out the game. Good for them to get more wins on the board because they've been very infrequent. But this is a team that's always got the capability of doing it here in the long form.
Though, another game where we do not see GameLord perform, we do not see Eastern Stars perform, we do not see Big get the points in, and Ruthless still getting some points in. So I'm telling you, second place on the rest of PMGC could be heading over to Ruthless, and if they keep doing well in Phase 3 and they potentially also get some points in the finals, like, no, GameLord are definitely not safe, seeing how, unfortunately, underperforming they've been doing so far. So it's a tough position for them.
And it's not like they haven't had time to fix things, right? There's been multiple weeks. You just had a week off of downtime where you could fix some things. You had scrims you could have worked with. I don't know who they need to ask, but they need to figure out something to change within the way they're playing out these matches, because it's just not working out, unfortunately. And I know we're sounding like we're being a little bit harsh, but Gamelord were the most dominating team last season when it came to our league play. And they did, I mean, okay at the start on day one here of this season, but that was basically it, unfortunately. Yeah. Let's move on past that, though, not to hammer them too hard. I'm sorry, Max, we don't want to talk about Gamelord anymore. We don't want to be too mean. We're going to talk about some positives here. We're going to talk about our MVP of the day, and I think we're all going to be in agreement with who we would think.
I'm not sure.
It's
no?
Either effect or Zerich. I don't know.
Or like Crypto has also been consistently on top of
Crypto is
the
true.
the stats page for some of the players. Like for some of the games, he's been up there. So it's or effect or Zerich or Crypto, in my opinion, one of those three.
Yeah, it's difficult between those.
Okay, so we're not going to all be in agreement, but we're all thinking generally the same kind of players. Let's take a look who our MVP of the day is going to be. If it's an indeed, if Max can get one prediction correct today.
This is not the first time, too, that he's got MVP of the day. Like, he's been up there quite a bit for the second phase in general. So he's closing that gap. Of course, Effect and Zerich are still getting points in. But, man, Crypto has really like evolved so much since the first phase into this one. Like, he's really used to the lobby now.
Especially impressive considering they didn't get a chicken dinner on the board, whilst the entirety of CIS was just able to like, well, we'll take everything from you. So very, very impressive to have this after the Erangel and the Miramar, especially towards the end of the day. What a little performance we've seen coming out from Crypto. Really loving it.
Yeah, 23-minute average survival time to on the day. Like, as you said, it's sure not getting himself a win, but like here, once again, a game where they get themselves a second place. Crypto, like, what was that, a three-piece on his own on Ruthless, so he has been really shown up big time, and I think that it was kind of predicted, him being the MVP of Pakistan in the past, and coming in this region, of course, took some time to get used to it, but now he's in the full swing of things, and yeah, Crypto definitely an MVP contender. I would say for the entire tournament, if MADBULLS fall off, I think he might be able to pick up the pieces, but MADBULLS are still on top, so it's tough to compete that.
No, the difficult part is, though, if you want to get into PMGC, you can't just have that one player in your team step up like Crypto's able to do for Unicorns of Love. I think we'd all agree we need to see a little bit more out of Icy, who was like the person to watch last season when it came to Unicorns of Love. No? What's up?
Yeah, the thing is like, you look at those final moments and you're like, he's playing Icy, he's playing chess, like, against people that are playing checkers. He's got the right spots, he's smoking off the right angles and stuff like that. And then he gets spoiled by snakes. It's a little unfortunate there for him in the last game.
Unfortunate for him, fortunate for me. I had to get myself one step closer to passing Kalaris. Let's take a look, though, at a quick recap of today so you guys can see who won all of the matches. And as we've been saying, CIS just dominating every single team here in this day. Starting things up with VIRTUS.PRO with fantastic finish over on Erangel, but MADBULLS back-to-back in there as well with 11 and 14 limbs, really showing they still have that frag potential. They're still one of the most, if not the most dominating team here in the lobby. But one thing you're not seeing is Na'Vi. And that was a team we talked up so heavily at the start of the day. We talked about so heavily when it came to our first 3 days of our second phase. Na'Vi have disappeared.
Yeah, tough day for Na'Vi. It's been a tough transition. I think overall all the CIS teams have been able to do well, but Na'Vi a little bit tough time for this time overall. But yeah, it's just one bad day, right? They can definitely come back into it tomorrow and also on the final day, potentially make it into Livik also. But yeah, they were first, and because you saw Unicorns of Love get some good points, you saw yourself MADBULLS, you saw yourself VIRTUS.PRO. I don't think, they fell off a lot more than I thought actually in the overalls. From first to fifth position.
They got 10 points today.
Yeah, that's tough. And I mean, Unicorns of Love actually first day was 204 points. That is a big step up for, as you said already, Kalaris, right? A team that did not get a chicken dinner today, showing how consistent they truly were on this fourth day.
Yeah, really impressive to see. And I think that when you look at the key components of this roster, this is kind of what we expected to happen eventually. I don't think I expected to happen this quickly, though, to be honest. I expected all the phases to go by and eventually them try and towards the end of phase 3 maybe start competing with your MADBULLS, your VIRTUS.PROs, your Na'Vis, but this is earlier than expected and bodes well for the later stages of the tournament.
I just don't roster change Unicorns of Love, please. This is a roster that has real potential. They can do so well. So yeah, keep them. I hope this is a team that they're going to try and keep for potentially next year also, but there's definitely a strong team. And at the bottom, like Eastern Stars are able to get the points. Gamelord, at least Gamelord, the good thing, they got more points than Eastern Stars currently. So when it comes to that race to PMGC, that length they were able to build between first and second has not like shortened, is actually increased pretty significantly. But Ruthless is the contender that could be stealing that spot away. So just be careful. Ruthless could be a contender on the long term for that PMGC spot.
Yeah, See, I'm still not like fully sold on Ruthless. I mean, I know they're doing really well here in this phase, but we saw them do that under a previous name last season. And then when it came time to finals, they just kind of, again, disappeared. So I think for me, I don't know if you agree, Kalaris, but I want to see more consistency out of Ruthless when it comes to phase 3 of our whole event.
Yeah, I mean, there's small moments where I look at the situations that they're in, and I think to myself, you could have relocated there. You could have made this little adjustment here and there and stuff like that. So I think all the build, like the foundation is there, but all the building blocks on top of it still are sometimes a little bit skew-if and things like that. And I think they could do a bit
shaky.
more. Yeah, a little.
Yeah. Well, you know what, Max? You did pick up a device for us specifically to do something on air. Now, I don't want to deprive you of the opportunity to do it here before we do end off the show, but I once again want to give a shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL. And Max has a new way to drink his Monster, but we don't know what it is.
It's a trinket in honor of the domination of MADBULLS, actually, that I got. So.
Ooh.
Pinky out, pinky out. You gotta keep it classy.
I'm scared of it falling, actually. I don't know how to hold this, so it's fine.
Did it come with a stand?
It actually does. It looks actually really cool. I might keep in some decoration, actually, in my flat, but yeah. Look at that.
Fantastic. Oh, I like it, Max. That's
I
good.
want proof that there's something inside, though.
Well, you
okay, all right. Don't mess up your...
something.
As he tips it all over his PC.
Look, you want me to break that? Okay, look, there's a Camby's green. It doesn't work well. Okay, I can't show it. So. It's there. Okay, I promise.
You know what? I like it. I respect it. All right, Max. I'm proud of that. You know what? I'm willing to give you one of my prediction points just for that alone. But it's not going to happen. We're not doing it. No, it's too late. Ladies and gentlemen, though, thank you again for tuning in today. This has been our 4th day in our 2nd phase, which means we still have 2 days left to go. Those will be happening consistently here tomorrow and the day after. And of course, on that Wednesday, we'll be doing a Livik match as well at the very end. I'm going to keep talking because I want Max to chug the rest of what he does have left to drink here in his lovely little horn, whatever you want to call it. But I know Max can't chug drinks, if you guys remember.
It couldn't look any more dainty. Well done.
Yes.
You're supposed to, with a horn, you're supposed to be like, rah, and like, but you're just like, oh, delicate, very, ooh.
I'm French. Okay, that's how we drink it, really.
Yeah, I suppose.
All right, well, let's end the show off on that. I'm French, and that's how we drink. We'll see you guys tomorrow for some more PMPL action.
nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now.